How are you doing, big girl? I know, it's miserable out there. Miserable. Oh, God. Now we're good. We good? Yeah. I mean, Bacon, I'm not saying that it's not really hard sci-fi when we can acquire such beverages ourselves, but I'm thinking it real loud. How are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! Oh. Although the weather out there is not nice. Though it's not the tornado that everyone was scared of, it is damp. I managed to make it down to the coffee shop, order, and then the heavens opened, and I was like, oh, good. So I just mooched around there with Asani for a bit. Oh, but yeah, sorry for starting late today. I just was in a fucking weird space, you know? But now, had a bevy, had some outside weather, feeling much better. Honestly, I think it was just like a little bit of work stress, a little bit of cabin fever, you know? Anyway, how are you doing, friend? Nothing super duper bombastic to report over here. My list of to-do things is very, very menial. And the games industry's in an odd little headspace right now. God, just trying to rack my tiny little brain. The old rack and stack, huh? I mean, okay, that actually sounds fun. There's a weird part of me that does actually miss, like, doing, like, server stuff like that. Captain Stephanie Barnes, head of house, Valkyrie Watto, friends. Lizzie, good morning, Watto. Coming in. How feckin' goes it? I was just saying to Bacon, like, while the reports of a tornado were severely overestimated, it is tipping buckets down there. So I managed to make it down the road, order a coffee, and as I turned around to leave, the heavens just went. So I just sat in Asani. I'm not sure what you mean, Lizzie. Not sure what you mean. As I was just saying to Bacon as well, like, video game stuff has been kind of quiet, kind of weird. Oh, Wolfcrad, good morning, Watto. Now, Captain Steph, have you been yelling at my Sonic Racing Sona? Have you been yelling at it because you've been playing as and he's woefully overpowered, or because he keeps going past you when you're racing as someone else?
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What hope? It's subversary time. Until year 4 now. How about that, eh?
Thinking, how about that? I mean, Feck Wraith, like, April next year will be our official 4 years, which blows my tiny mind. Like, we've run on longer than a lot of TV shows that I know, and hopefully it still stayed good. Fred, Akoa, good morning, friends. How are you doing? And Akoa, I'm doing great. Honestly, I just needed a little bit of fresh air, a little bit of, like, outside of the house time. Just kind of get myself grounded, go out into the world, be a human, come back and be like, okay. Sorry, just Bacon was saying that their fortnight in Lerwick, everything was fine, then suddenly the sky opened and a finger of the rain guards came down and went, "You're soaked, mate." I gotta love that. The old "it's raining" sideways. Captain Steph, we did hear that Final Fantasy XIV's new update got pushed, and do you know what? So, like, I don't know if this is just like the corner of the internet that I spend a large proportion of my time, or if this is indicative of the whole like Final Fantasy community. But you know what? Everyone's been like, don't worry about it. Take your time. You do you. In fact, I know a few people that were like, oh, thank fuck, I needed a couple more weeks. I mean, okay, I will agree with you that Bacon being human is overrated. Become as Skeleton. We can become the badass skeleton warriors we were always destined to be. What else will be going down? Among Us announced a bunch of interesting things, including job roles. And I have this feckin' interesting theory that Among Us is going to break the curse of Space Station 13 by coming at the problem sideways. By making a game and then implementing Space Station 13 in an already successful title.
Who wants to sing?
That's the Will theory. And Catastros, what ho friends? Stammering Gamer, good morning, hello, hello. How you all doing? How was your feckin' weekend? Sorry, where are my bloody manners? My weekend was fucking bombastic. Some friendos took us to a...
Detector online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Love.
Oh, because it changed it from... Boop. Graphite Sparrow, how the hot heckin' heck are you? Cheers to you, friend. Sorry, and I should have sent a rate, like, thank you for 37 months! Like... It blew my mind when we started getting people that were doing a full year of being like, you know what, the Longship is worth my time, here is money. How do I comprehend 3 years? 26 months is a long time! Fucking no. Ehrman, time is relative. Morning is a state of being, I will say. While night is a very definitive time of day, morning is the pain that one receives after waking. Oh, sorry, Lost Flowers, Ultrazini, what ho friend, Mr. Squarepeg, hello, hello, what ho friends, cheers all, yeah, my weekend was...
Can we just ban all the jokes that only work in written form? They shouldn't be allowed. We should call it the unwritten rule of jokes.
Wow. Pun Spectre, I mean, thank you for 200 bits. That was brilliant. And for some reason, I found that offensive and I don't know why. Oh, and to Book, good morning, what ho friend. Yeah, Pun Spectre, you know what? You did. Give yourself a little tally mark. You got me with that. I'm not quite sure what it was about that got me, but it did. House Order has returned. Vanderbeest, what ho friend. And Bacon, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Vanderbeest as well, thank you both. Okay, so I do have one weird thing I want to show you all. Because maybe we can work this out together. Because I even feckin' DM'd some of my animator friends about this. Let me see if I can find it on my history. Oh, Zagraves, what ho friend. You've not started weaving your 5th century Ossenberg Viking tapes yet. God, it's like I don't even know you anymore. How I can't believe you've done this. Sorry, Sir Graves. How are you doing, friend? What ho, and welcome once more. Distracting personal stuff. Ugh. People stuff. That's the worst. And okay, Pun Spectre, well played on the Uno Reverso. Basically, we Dark Souled, which you were all there for. Then immediately after, we went to go see a show. It was kind of like a karaoke and cocktails kind of thing. You know what? I'm gonna wait until I've gotten the full experience to try and explain it. But it's like a multi-tier production that Firestrager and ET3 Stooge took us to, and it was fucking glorious. It was glorious. And then And then Friendos came round on Sunday for, well, we had intended to drink more drinks, but it kind of turned into a recovery day, but in a good way. And Stooge helped me put some stuff up in here, so you can't see it, but the Gundam shelves have now been secured. Oh, Sir Graves, I'm so sorry for making light, and I hope you're doing alright, friend. I do apologise. I do apologise. Then, hey. The very least I can do is provide you some interesting conversation and a very interesting video game. Today, we are going to be playing Subway Midnight, which is this gloriously weird, creepy cute oddity. It's not quite horror, it's not quite scary, it's just feckin' weird. But with this overly adorable art style that I think most of you have seen it doing the rounds, but I don't know, it just felt like this felt like the game I desperately wanted to play today. Oh yeah, and Catastros, we should be seeing no more Gundams doing bungee cord. Yeah, there should be less of the bungee jumping Gundams behind us. I just got to put them up and build some more Gundams. But yeah, so my weekend was good. I didn't stop moving, friends, because it was like I left you lot for Dark Souls, then immediately rolled into going to go see thing, do thing, hang out with people coming back here, everybody having a good time. Then people the next day, and then. Like, Monday was just this drag-ass, I couldn't seem to get productive. So my list of work things to do has become monstrous and scary. Yes, and Kisa, you are correct. This is published by AgroCrab. Though I keep trying to work out if this has got a similar illustrator from the individual that worked on Smile for me, because it feels like there's a through line here, but could just be a simulation. Could just be a similarity. Now, okay. I hope you've all got your hawk eyes and your thinking caps on today. Okay. Because I believe it dropped yesterday. There is a trailer for a game that has come out called Lies of P. It is, I believe, being put together by an Eastern European developer, and it is this Bloodborne Gothic hack and slash about Pinocchio. So it's going the kind of like the super gritty, grim dark. It's been getting a lot of coverage. It looks interesting, and I think everyone's just so desperate for more Bloodborne that it's getting a lot of attention. But there's something wrong with it, and I can't work out what it is. So I asked a bunch of people on Discord, I asked some animation friends, and so far all anyone's been able to tell me is, yeah, no, there's something wrong here. And thank you, Fiona! It's Fiona doing as a host. Oh, back at 3K, Fiona. I see. Oh, Down Under Dwarf. What ho? Is there anyone else that hasn't had a hello from me proper? Oh, and Captain Stephanie Barnes, thank you. The hosts make the numbers go up, and that seems to be all Mr. Twitch cares about. But that's another story. So, sorry. Oh, fucking yo! Spooky ghosts, man!
It's a spooky ghost doing.
Fucking spooky ghosts, man!
What's this spooky ghost doing, River?
Throwing 500, just out of nowhere. Fucking joy. The heavens opened just as soon as I got down to the coffee shop.
I heard it raining and I was like, oh man, that's no good.
I just sat there with
also,
a little
I
Sonic.
just realized I have a bedhead on this side of my head.
Only you can tell.
You can see it!
Oh shit! Cam Steph, that's fucking kind of you. Getting sub to the grapes, like cool people.
Thank you, Kisa.
House Carl always
On our
hunting.
new leggings.
Do you have new leggings?
I googled missing medieval servant, but it said page not found, also train.
Punspector's doing any damage this morning. Punch, thank you for the 200 and all. Shit, Keys is at 120k points. Oh, I feel like this is all gonna haunt me in one day. Oh, Dory, I didn't say hello when you came in. What, oh friend? Captain Steph has leggings with pockets.
I have leggings with pockets too.
I see you are both people of class.
I don't buy leggings without pockets anymore. Oh god, I can't stand.
That's the peasant's way.
See,
On the quick draw.
Will has a phone.
I do have a phone. I got a brand new hand-me-down.
Brand new, someone else's phone.
Yes, but it's much better than the old one. So expect higher quality nugget pictures. Fuzzkey says that they're going to be lurking. Have I seen the publishing deal this game was given? Fuzzkey, I don't believe I have. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Aggro Crab prays for its publishing deal, offering 100% share.
Ninja Turtles. Our 4
Feckin' yo!
Have overcome the Arc Villain Shredder.
Okay, so Graves, that's feckin' lovely of you. So Graves just, in response to being tagged by House Carl, threw a knife to the crowd and managed to tag the Jedi Master Killer, who unfortunately only specializes in battling Jedi. Against anything else, like baguettes, Fraggles, you name it, they are unequipped. They can only defeat Jedi. Not a lot of people know that. Oh, and Book, it's the mead points, it's the little channel points down under the chat window. At 80k, they can make me stand up and dab like an idiot. Huh.
I would like to acquire the devil's lettuce.
You would like to acquire the devil's lettuce? Halloran, how are you doing, friend? My fucking wallet.
Devil's lettuce shall be mine!
My fucking wallet at me. I like how the council...
Look, River already knows. I said devil's lettuce and she got up.
Everything's happening all at once.
Is it train, River?
Look outside the window, River. It's a train.
It's a train.
There's River just hanging out doing a thing.
Whoa.
Big Dag. Big Dag. Hello, River. Yes. Hello, big girl. She's not happy, but she's letting it. She's just softly grizzling. Yo's big girl. Okay.
Detail.
Level 1 is already beasted. Some people were saying some stuff. I'm sorry that got missed over because of train-flavoured nonsense, but to be continued. Pun Spectre says it's officially a stream because there's a river. That was a good one. Okay. Oh, Icola thinks your hair is pretty. I'm just gonna yell compliments across to Fiona, despite the fact that Fiona is in chat, listening as well. Oh. Okay. So Fuzzkey, I've got the article up, and we'll have a chat about that one. And I've got the Lives of P trailer, lol, ready to leap into that bit. Because I'm going to show you all, and I'm going to see if anyone else can spot what is wrong with it, because I don't know, but there is something about it that's unsettling. Do you know what I mean? Oh, Fiona is cute. We are in agreement. Okay, sorry, where are my feckin' manners? So, from Spooky Ghost throwing in 500, Captain Steph gifting a sub to Graves, Pun Spectre being a terror. Zagraves then gifting a sub to the crowd. Puns again with another terrible joke. Did you hear about the ATM that got addicted to money? It suffered from withdrawals. Graphite Jigs just saying plain as duck. Train. Straig's also throwing in 100 Stray. Good morning. Well, hello, Watto friend. Down under Dwarf as well. You fecking legends. Thank you all. There we go. I wouldn't want you all to think I was being ungrateful. Puns like me being a terror? No! And Captain Steph, thank you for filling the pint glass. The spooky ghost Jarl still rules though. I don't know if you've all seen this, like, we might have an unstoppable Jarl. Okie dokie Lokis. So while this train is zipping past us, so the thing that Fuzzy was mentioning is that Aggro Crab Games did an interesting deal for Subway Midnight, which is that they take no fees unless they shift 10,000 copies, which is curious. Now, I've heard of this.
I was wondering why this frisbee kept looking bigger and bigger. Then it hit me.
Okay, that is one of my favorites. You know what, Fiona, you should send that joke to Laughs Last. Oh, wait. I still think we should get the things. That should be our little video post for going live on Friday.
Just a plate on fire.
Yep. Kisa says, "Don't be a butt, Will."
Don't be a butt, Will.
I cannot promise anything to that regard. No.
Noogie.
No. Stop, Noogie. No, Noogie, Noogie.
No, Noogie, Noogie. Did you just say no noogie noogie?
No noogie noogie! I am. I can buy my own coffee and everything. I can get fucked up during the day. Babies can't do that. They can't open the little bottles. Do not give your children alcohol, obviously. Stooge. Okay, sorry. Stooge, thank you for the 200, you fucking ledge. Pun Spectre, thank you for the 200 in Favour 6. We did a teeny tiny little level 1 hot train, and it came with this tiny cat.
I hurt my leg by tripping over a newborn cow. But don't worry, it's just a small calf injury. It'll heal in time.
Fucking terror. But no, all of you, thank you for throwing those in. I mean, shit, you know by now, it's what keeps us going. And I can't say enough thank yous. So, fucking yo. Oh, that's my effing bird calendar. That's my 2022.
What did the grape do when he got stepped on? He let out a little whine.
Fucking yo. And Moose, this is one of the few times where between can't and shouldn't, their little baby hands can't open the bottles. So it's not that they shouldn't, it's that they can't. Okay, so, Aggro Crab Games. Holy fuck! Sorry, that caught me right off guard. Usually after the train is done, then it's fucking hell, that's 20, that, I was not expecting that. To whoever just threw in $25 worth of bits, you're a fucking legend, thank you. Like, seriously. You know? I never thought I'd be keeping a household upright on a stream, but here we are. Thank you. Fucking thank you. Seriously. Whoever you are, you seem very determined to be Jarl forever. Maybe we shall never know your name unless we get like a Waluigi board out. We can try and like decipher the Ghost Jarl's true name. But no, sorry. Stupid dumb jokes aside, that is a huge chunk of money already you've thrown into Daylight. $30 worth of bits. And that's what pays for food, pays for bills, keeps us going. So thank you. Alright, thank you. So Grave says your house Jarl's undead. So I'm gonna call him Bella. Bella Jarl. That's a okay. Bella Jarl is a cracking name. Esmeralda, what ho, friend? Coming in. Okay, Lizzie, there is no evidence to say that the current Jarl may or may not have been a shark. There's no evidence to that. No, but seriously, feckin' thank you. Okay, so here's the thing that Fuzzy was mentioning. So the game we're going to play today is called Subway Midnight. It is a self-described solo indie, but so like we'll call it small team. Oh, DJ KN and Alnus, what ho, friends? Now the interesting thing about this. Is the deal that they made with AgroCrab. So AgroCrab said, we will pay for you to finish this game, as is customary in a publishing agreement, and we will not take a single share of profits until you sell 10,000 copies. However, this is where it gets interesting. Because it doesn't say what the percentage of the cut is if they make the 100k. And this isn't... It's interesting because I've seen this kind of deal with licensing before. Usually based on like... Oh, feckin' hell! Slam the bloody door! Little thing that he just ate shit. Okay, that's not... I'll hang that back up later. Okay. Oh, Esmeralda, I didn't realise it was your birthday. Sorry. Here's me being all over the place. Happy bloody birthday, you legend. Cheers to you. Cheers to you. Right. Okay, Fuzzy says AgroCrab gets 10% after the goal is met. Okay, so there's 10% revenue after 100k. That's interesting. Now, I think that is a good clause, because one of the things that especially small indies need is help with feckin' selling the game. Telling people about the game, marketing the game, getting a bit of PR push behind it. I would like to see that as standard for sure. Because again, it's interesting that... It's interesting to see that at the indie publishing side rather than on licensing. So one of the things that makes Games Workshop so feckin' good to work with is they do a similar deal. That if you agree to make, I don't know, punch a space marine in the jet... Well, okay, that doesn't work. If you... Spooky ghost doing a heal. Oh, and Favor 6. I apologise. I did not see this tiny bit. What was I going to say? Heck. Oh, yeah. So if you work with Games Workshop, for example, and I know they're in the doghouse because of their fan policies, but, you know, I just want to talk about their games business practices for a second, which is if you make a game based on their stuff, they will agree that unless you make X amount of revenue, you don't have to pay them. In fact, I believe that in some of the deals that have been talked about, the dev doesn't start paying for licensing fees until they recoup costs. And that's feckin' cool. And to answer Moose's question, it's 10% on the 100k sales, but only if they hit that. But yeah, no, Fusky, I really, really like that. I wasn't aware of that doing the rounds. I guess I've been kind of up against it a little bit, and I guess this is from last month. Okay, last month was very, very busy. Okie dokie Loki's. So no, I really like that, and I think that I guess I loudly agree that should be the standard. You know, if you're going to be giving a publisher a chunk of your cash moving forward, they need to pull their weight. And one of the things that has happened many times is, especially with indie publishing, is the indie publisher will go, all right, we're going to give you full PR, marketing support, don't worry about it. And then what they do is the absolute bare minimum, and the game doesn't sell. And so the publisher's like, oh, well, we tried. And it's... I can't name any names without breaking for NDAs, but that's more common than you think. It's one of the reasons why I actively encourage people to market their games early, even if they're going for a publisher, because it seems like, I'll sign this publishing deal and they'll give me a chunk of money. All I gotta do is give them a cut of my sales. Job's a good one. But they don't always follow through as much as they promise. Sometimes they just have like a standard press mailing list that they send their games out to, and that's it. So it's like, Fuzzy was saying they've seen a lot of minimal effort with the 30 to 50% cuts, and it hurts to see. Yes. Although I will say, Raw Fury are still not getting the props they deserve for blowing the feckin' doors off. And I know it's because Raw Fury were like, here is our contract. If anyone signs with us, this is the standard contract before negotiation. And everyone in the industry went, oh, this contract's terrible. And so everyone was like, oh, I can't believe Raw Fury. But then those of us in the know were like, actually, this contract's pretty good. And what Raw Fury have done is they've just fucked everybody that tries to be worse than them. They've set a baseline. It's not great, but you can't go below that now, because all anyone has to do is go, oh, well, Raw Fury will sign us for this. So no, we're not going to sign you a 50% rev split with IP retention. You want our IP? You want our IP? We're taking 90%. You can take 10, and you're going to market our bloody game. Oh. DJ Kian said, how would you go about it as a small-time developer? Just post on socials? I mean, unfortunately, this is a how long's a piece of string question. And Prolo, good morning, hello. To market as a small dev, feck. God. Market early, market often. Get involved in Screenshot Saturday and other... Get involved in Screenshot Saturday, pitch a game. Anytime like Game Maker's Toolkit or Errant Signals asking for game recommendations, throw yourself in. Tell your friends. Tell your internet friends, tell your real friends. Start building a space. Finding your voice in that area is something that you can only really learn from trial and error. But it's like, you know, if your primary discipline is art, make art to promote what you are making. If your primary discipline is programming, do some weird little cute odd game jams. Rip clips anytime your game stops doing weird and fun and interesting things. And it just takes time. And I know it's a hard thing to say that, like, yo, you should take an hour out of your day to promote your stuff every day because you're like, shit, that's an hour of dev time I've just taken away. But yeah. Prola says they once tried to market the game by dropping paid shout-out doing Twitch Plays Pokemon runs, so the game would show up in clicked moments. It's not a bad shout. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it for like little. I wouldn't recommend it for little operations like this. But then, if it was someone long Shippy side, you could probably just message and be like, "Yo, do you mind if I plug my game?" Because I'm always gonna say yes. Plug the shit out of your game. Go for it. But in those big events that don't have a personality around them, hells yes. Like, ring that bell. Oh, and DJK was just saying that something about Subway Midnight. Feel free to casually run through the game once. If you miss anything, progress is basically saved and you'll see more. Lovely. I mean, MDH, that's the great feckin' challenge. It's one of the things that's kicking my ass at the moment is that I'm not doing it as much as I should be to tell people about where we're at. And I mean, that's the feckin' long and short of it. It's always that horrible thing of like wanting to tell your friends, hey, don't stress, it's fine, you know, look after your health first. And then knowing the reality of like, if you don't tell people, no one knows. Yeah, MDH, there's a reason people hire PR managers. Feckin' right. I mean, you saw me agonizing over whether or not we should get a management company for the Longship. Anyway, when it comes to that kind of thing, that's another side. But Fuzzy, thank you for pointing this out because I really like the sound of that deal and it gives me all the more reason to like Aggro Crab. You know what I mean? Like, numbers, what ho friend? Just having a natter and a hanging out. And a dreamer, how are you doing, friend? Staring was asking if I would play someone's game to give it exposure. I can't promise that. Because when I say, like, I sit down and think about you lot, I do. So, like, we've gotten a lot of offers to do, like, visual novel titles, and a lot of offers to do, like...
Holla.
Crux, what ho, friend, and thank you for 5 months. Obviously, sorry, we've gotten a lot of offers in the Longship to do coverage of, like, free-to-play card games and stuff like that. And I have no qualms against doing free-to-play stuff if I think that either it's got something interesting and worthwhile saying, or if it's something that I think you lot would at least enjoy watching, you know? Most of them don't have that. So, at very least, like, I'm prepared to, like, plug my friends' works directly so you can, like, have a look for yourself. But there's a difference between, like, some games do not stream well. And it's a hard thing to tell... It's a hard thing to tell PR people. Because you want to help them, you want to help the game. And they're like, hey, can you do some coverage on this? And I'm like, this game slaps. But no one's going to want to watch it. And that's alright. Because a game that streams well is not a better game than a game that doesn't, you know? I'm trying to think of some examples. Of course, my brain's drawing a blank right now. Super Robot Wars 30. There is a game that streams like garbage, but is feckin' fun. Dwarf Fortress is another one. Dwarf Fortress works more as edited video with a story over, because the emergent story isn't always immediate. Numbers, Noiters are take it or leave it. I think Noita can produce great moments. And I call it, like, there are some games that visually don't convey how good they are. And I think Loop Hero is another good one. You've really got to play Loop Hero to get it. And once you play it, oh boy. Like, at the moment, I keep checking the page to see if they add any, like, post-launch content, because I need more. Like, I'm not ready to take on the 3 hidden bosses yet, because they can perfect themselves. But I could certainly do with some more beyond, you know what I mean? Oh, there is a new class coming. Lovely. Sign me up. Oh, okay, Moose, I guess you were asking about how to get the 10k sales thing written into a contract. Well, the good news, and the thing that they never tell you, is you can absolutely negotiate. Oh, Chiat, did I say hello? I hope I said hello. What-ho? And Ultrazini, I was talking about the Among Us update. My personal philosophy is they're trying to break the curse of Space Station 13 by slowly adding Space Station 13 into Among Us. Yeah, I think they're going to do it. That way the curse can't realise. But yeah, so... I guess that's the streaming side of it is a different beast. Some games stream great, and if your game does, that is definitely like an avenue of your marketing you can lean on. And the thing is, you don't have to, if you sign with a publisher, you can just start talking to content creators. If the publisher gets butthurt about it, then tough taquitos? Nearly said something else. But it's one of those things that you can't expect the publisher is going to be great and perfect. Oh, and Bacon, thank you for filling the pint glass. And going lengths to ensure your own success in a space that's the power move. That's what you got to do. Because, okay, maybe the publisher puts some spend behind it. Maybe they get lucky on a couple of press releases or whatever, but it's... I'm trying... The thing is, again, it's very difficult to talk about this without giving examples that guarantee. Hey, Ben, how the hot feck are you doing? What ho, friend? How goes it? Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to natter through this one without breaking any friendiers, which is very difficult. I'm kind of having to do some mental backflips here. Okay, yeah, so I know what, instead of thinking of examples, here's what you can do. So you're looking to sign with the publisher. They give you a contract, and you come back with your initials being like, I want guaranteed sales. Like, no revenue split until this many sales have been made. And set like 10k or otherwise. Like, bust out some good uns. Sorry about that. And it really is that simple. If you get pushback from that publisher being like, oh, well, you know, fuck them. Oh, and Faber 6, I wouldn't call him like a pain in the ass. It's, you know, someone trusting you with personal info. But friendiers are far more important to adhere to than NDAs. A lot of the time, NDAs are only ever evoked in extreme circumstances. So, like, if you leak a video game early, that the NDA will probably be used against you in a court of law if you were to, like, spread the demo around or something like that. But it's unlikely that someone would be like, oh, I can't believe you started talking about this video game a day early. But you might get blacklisted. That's another story. But, like, breaking Friendier, that shit goes around in the industry fast. Anyway, sorry, jumping back. This is an interesting discussion. Oh yeah, Prolo pointing out that a person she worked with back in the day uploaded a picture of a Wii U dev kit before it was announced. That person, I'm sure, had a very bad time. I did once watch someone get walked off the show floor at Sega QA for, I believe they got into an argument about one of the characters for the upcoming Sega racing game on, like, the GameFAQs boards or something. I think about that a lot. Chat, it was not me. It was definitely not me. Anyway, sorry. Apologies for going off into space for a second there. Now, I will say, friendos, if any of you are starting video gaming production and are thinking, feck sticks, how do I market this game? How do I start talking about this game? Ask me. If you don't mind talking about it live on Twitch, I will happily coach you through the whole darn thing. And because a lot of it is brainstorming. Sometimes one of the things that infuriates me about large and mid-tier publishers is that they'll make this big song and dance about, oh, we have PR people to handle this, don't worry. We have marketing people, don't worry about this. And what they have is someone who sends out a press release and goes, look at this game! Isn't it a game? Like, honestly, let's see how many press emails I've gotten since we started this show today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, in the last 50 minutes, I've gotten 5 press release emails. Like, SquarePeg says they're of the opinion of find an underserved niche and serve it. Well, I mean, but that's at the conceptual stage, and I would say find a community that resonates more than try and find an underserved niche. Like, find a community that you can be a part of. Because, like, when you think about it, if you're starting up, and I mean just like, this is your first project, this is your first game, the first 10 people through the door are going to be people you know on a first name basis. They're not going to be rando Calrissians, you know. Those are the cornerstones of what you will find, of what you will begin to create. So, how you start creating a space in that. And, I mean, as SquarePeg, this isn't a diss so much as it's not a sustainable model to try and find the underserviced spaces. Mainly because... how to phrase it? Alright. The lack of space games was a thing in the industry for a while, but it was also notable at publisher side that, air quotes, space games don't sell. And while it's funny to mock that right now, it's funny to be like, look at Star Citizen and look at Elite Dangerous and how well they did. Can you believe publishers used to say space games don't sell? But it meant that any game trying to do that had to fight against that. And there were some indie space games in production, but none of them did those kinds of gangbusters. It was that lightning in the bottle of crowdfunding and an underserviced niche coming together that brought like Star Citizen forward to the massive thing it is. Like, the fact is, if you as an individual announced a kickstarted space game, you wouldn't have the weight and the momentum to bring in the financial power to take that forward. Again, on my grand list of things, I need to get fucking Anya on the show. Anya Combs, who is like the games person over at Kickstarter, because that is definitely something to discuss. But I feel the examples that you're talking about are more like choosing your project and how to succeed from a pre-production standpoint, rather than, alright, I am making X. How do I tell people about X? When should I tell people about X? Chiat said that the thing that worried me was a friend of theirs was worked on a game called #Dungeon. Oh, feck, I remember that. Yeah, Bind of Isaac meets with Twitter integration. Alright, sorry, bear with me just a second. The Kuaz. #Dungeon, I think, is a very interesting one. Oh, god darn it, where are you? Okay, so it is on one of these days, I'm just gonna go through Steam with a Q-tip and stab it in the memory parts. So #Dungeon was a very, very interesting one because it implied a certain level of connectivity with Twitter that in actuality it didn't have to bring to bear. And so it was that sad thing of like, it had a really, really good concept, but it didn't follow it through to the level of user expectation. And when it dropped, the people that were keeping track of it were like, oh, it's just this. And I'm never happy to hear a game do badly. It's just, it was also self-published, which is always a bad time. And Squarepeg, again, like, you're killing me here, friend. You're killing me here. The light gun example was they put forward essentially like an open source light gun on a Kickstarter project. Physical objects do better than conceptual games for certain, and especially anything that taps into like underserviced nostalgia. But that's not a light gun game. That's the physical hardware for it. And again, it's not dissing on, it's just... It's where disseminating a lot of this information can help people in the conceptual stages. The thing that Chiat was pointing out with #Dungeon is that having a great USP, even like a really fresh and original one, doesn't make you immune to the need to play the game, to market your title, to get it out there. It's the... Yeah, sadly great games do not sell themselves. We've had this banter a million times. Sorry. Jumping back. So, before we get into today's game, I wanted to show you something. And I wanted to see if anybody had any thoughts or feels on this one. Alright, hang on, let me pause the tunes here. Hey, and then, Prolo, get yourself some sleep, friend. Like, it's the one thing that I'm very, very bad at. It's one thing that I'm very, very bad at. So, okay. This is Lies of P, which is a terrible title, I know. But it is a Pinocchio... It's loosely based Pinocchio Bloodborne 'em up that's been getting a lot of coverage for that very last sentence, which is Bloodborne 'em up. And see which, hello. Now, I have been looking at this feckin' game off and on. So, for the last, day and change. It's made by a newish studio, I believe Eastern European dev team. And it's interesting. I've got the sound turned down for the moment just because, honestly, the sound's kind of like take it or leave it. But it seems to be puppets and automatons, killing people across a vaguely... opulent Prussian city kind of thing. It's got that real kind of heavy gothic vibe with murder puppets. More Clockwork chat, but yeah, sort of. Now, there's something about this that's creeping me out, and I don't know what it is. And I don't mean it's creeping me out this environment and this game is making me, feel things. I've watched this trailer a bunch of times, and it's left me feeling unsettled. And I think it's got something to do with the main player's animations, but I cannot put my finger on it for the life of me. And if any of you have any thoughts or theories on this... I've asked some animation friends, and all they've been able to tell me is, yep, there's something wrong. But I can't work out what it is. And the thing is, I don't think it's to do with the design style. I mean, Zagrave says the player model is a little too exaggerated. Arm pulls back too far, and I guess he's meant to be a puppet and stuff again, but there's something wrong here, and I can't put my finger on it. I've seen games where people play as puppets in the ilk. I don't know if I watched and rewatched the Bloodborne animations to try and compare them, but I mean, I'll be honest, there's also the it does seem that the animation team just obsessively will bring it back to our player character. It does seem like the animation team used From Software's animation styles as an absolute reference. Miyagi says it could be due to the photorealistic style with the highly unnatural movement. But that's not something we haven't seen before. Oh god, what was it? It was the weird messed up prison horror game back in the day. Where all the enemies had this kind of meat puppet movement style. Oh yeah, okay, and Catastrophe, yeah, it is alpha. I'm not judging the gameplay or the elements of it. But when was the last time you saw something that made you feel, weird? So yeah. Prolo says they wonder if it's something to do with the frame rate. Looks like it skips the in-between stuff. That could be? Someone also pointed out we never see the character's face throughout this, which might give it a person in a nightmare kind of, like Proc in some Primal Fear type nonsense. But yeah, that is the first time in a long time I've looked at the animations from a game and gone, something's wrong. Like, it doesn't... Yeah. But no one has been able to tell me it is specifically this, and that's what I keep getting into. Zagraves adding that Zagraves thinks that the issue is the mismatch. It's very close to a lot of things we expect and just slightly veers off them and puts the viewer off balance without being a conscious thing. I mean, that would make sense. The similarities to the Bloodborne and From Software animations and then being slightly wrong. It's certainly curious, friends. It's certainly curious. Well, and see, Stammering Gamer, I thought it might be because the animation's too quick, too snappy, but I had a look at both Sekiro and Bloodborne again, and Sekiro's animations are lightning fast. Like, it's got that FromSoft move, and especially anything involving the snapping out methods, or the grapple hook as well, which edgy, dark Pinocchio here feckin' has. But like I said, I've not been able to put my finger on and go, it is this. But you can see what I mean. You can see what I mean, right?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho y'all?
Andorf, how are you doing, friend? How many months is that? 11 months, you feckin' legend. Cheers to you. Right. Give me 2 seconds, friends. I'm just going to throw some water in this. Oh, actually, and let me give you the trailer if you all want to give that a view for yourselves. Because Kisa says, it might be the best to wait till they get more final release on the trailer. No deal with saying, I am mashed potatoes. Oh, no, Kisa. Okay, so here's what I'm saying. I'm not deconstructing the game based on it, but there's something about that asset that makes me feel uncomfortable and not... it feels the similar space to the Uncanny Valley, but the Uncanny Valley is usually referring to the manner in which, people look and more attempts at human movement. But as we've seen, all the enemies in this are clearly puppets. And our character is also a puppet. But we've had games like that, games like Stacking, we've had games like 50 Flights of Loving, or, feckin' hell, the Toy Soldiers game. Hell, the Army Men games. Oh yeah, also Bleeding Puppets. Yup. So, this is one of the things that I do. I get obsessed with assets. And if you're unfamiliar with the term, assets is the market side equivalent of a screenshot, a trailer, a video. Because it almost doesn't matter that it's alpha. Now, what I mean is that if that video leaves us feeling weird and unsettled, and not in a good way, not in a, oh, prepare for a spooky time! If it is like an action horror game, and the unsettling feeling isn't coming from the unsettling thematics, it's coming from something else, then you might be turning people off your game before you know. This is how to come to understand this. It's like analysing, story trailers versus gameplay trailers. As an alpha trailer, that was pretty good. Perhaps it was the lack of variety in camera angle. Aside from the one time where our player character gets picked up, it's always in that same backlot. But then, FromSoft did that with Bloodborne. The majority of the Bloodborne trailers, it's all behind the shoulder, skipping around, hacking stuff. There's a little bit more variety. Yeah, and Kisa, it will affect our views of the game overall. So, we as individuals that consume video games media and are lovers of video games as art, we are not going to go, oh, that game's shit, never going to play it, oh, fuck it, it's got Pinocchio in it, and Pinocchio's a knobhead. We're not going to take that approach. But trying to understand the why, that's where I get fascinated, that's where I get obsessed. It's such a strange puzzle to figure out. Right you are, Kisa. And when we can crack these puzzles, we can use that knowledge moving forward. Either to avoid doing what they're doing, or weaponize it. Like, what if this trailer stays with us? What if we're still talking about the terribly titled Lies of P, which is when you piss the bed and lie about it. What if we're still talking about this game next year, year after? What if this trailer's unsettling nature stays with us? Right? Imagine what is that power and how can we wield it? Because if we have to make a game, we're not going to have, like, Bloodborne tier visuals. And yeah, in Fable 6, what if the character movement is meant to be unsettling? And we're just feeling the early sense of it. Sorry, just stammering with the only lie of P is it doesn't taste like apple juice. Oh, yeah, stammering. Okay, so before we get into the game, let me tell you what's going on this week. Alright, so today, Subway Midnight. Woohoo. Okay, tomorrow, friends, is the return of the Brothers Fabuloso. Zalavir and Laura will be joining me once more to leap around Fort Joy, murder some people and get into trouble. Because we're playing... Okay, maybe it's because I've got a better understanding of the combat system, but we seem to be wrecking a lot more face than we did in good old-fashioned Bucket Squad. So there's a lot of murder, friends. It's a lot of murder. Now, on Thursday, we're going to play Tales of Iron, which if you haven't seen it is, like, what if someone soaked Sultan Sanctuary in Redwall? You play the heir to the throne of rats, currently under siege and destroyed by a kingdom of toads. And it looks brilliant. I've been wanting to play it for ages. Friday's Blackout Club. Again, I have no idea. Sorry, I have no idea what's going to happen to Blackout Club. We had no idea what was going down last week, and oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know if you need to be there on Friday. I don't know if it's just going to be the aftermath of everything that went down. I can't. But either way, Blackout Club is in full Act 3, and it is an absolute narrative mosh pit. Oh, Fen Dweller. What ho, friend? Coming in. Okay, but here's the thing. Saturday. Alright, how to explain Saturday? Ages back, I ran my mouth like a dingus. And I said, if we ever... Alright, if we ever got to 1,000 subs, 1,000 concurrent subs, I would spend a whole day doing the Yorkshire voice, which is how I read YouTube comments so I don't get mad. Because it sounds like this, and if someone says that you are dumb and bad and stupid, it doesn't affect you. You just read it like that. And I said that I would do a whole stream on that. So 1,000 subs came, and true to my word, I spent an entire day making a monstrous tit of myself. But during this stream of doing the Yorkshire voice for hours, someone said, the whole day, someone said, how much to do an ASMR stream of this. And because I was doing the Yorkshire voice, I was kind of... It wasn't like playing a character, but it was in that same kind of stupid vein, so I set a price. And then it happened. So I have to do the Yorkshire voice as an ASMR stream whilst writing pirate facts. That is what the crew has decided. That's what I have to do this Saturday. I'm going to ask Laura if she'll jump in and do more silly voices to help offset my descent into madness. But it's going to be a feckin' time. Oh, numbers. Sorry, I didn't... Numbers. I hope I said hi when you came in. Watto and welcome. But where are you heading to? Numbers is going to be on a plane. That sounds lovely. So Grave says that sounds very self-inflicted. Okay, I don't want to say numbers because I don't want you all to think that I'm trying to rinse cash of you. This is why we don't immediately have like another bet or another goal. Like, I know how lucky I am, especially in light of so much stuff going on right now. Like, how lucky I am to be able to do this full time and have you lot support that is fucking rare as gold dust. But I named a number that I thought was ridiculous. I thought was impossible. And then it happened. Like, it wasn't like I was like, oh, I'll do ASMR if you send me 50p and a bag of skips. It was a big number. It was a big number, and then Shackle Draconis was the Jarl for a very long time. Sadlin's like, another bet, you say? Alright, Sadlin, I have bought a storage solution for the Tepigs. Alright. So... Alright, so assuming nothing's going on, so Sadlin, how is your first weekend of December looking? Oh, lovely. Sorry, friends. Numbers is going to Boston to attend the Final Fantasy VII concert. I've heard it is beautiful, so I hope you have a great time. And Ben, the irony of that is not lost on me either, that the sheer, like, the make Will sound like an idiot in X voice with X chunk of money, but the sheer act of throwing that much money at once caused me to be unable to speak. Like, I was doing fine until that point, and I broke character. Okay, Sadlin's saying early December is looking clear at the moment. Okay, so here's the thing. I got given a new phone. Yay! It is an old phone. Some friends gave me their hand-me-down, but it's better than my old. It's better than my old one. So I'm going up in the world, living that bourgeoisie lifestyle of hand-me-downs and Goodwill specials. I live modest, but I haven't tried it for streaming yet. So Salem, what we could do is, I mean, if the crew is okay with it, we could do like a Sunday. We'll just stream from phone, so they can see what's going on, and we'll have the OG Soul Calibur throwdown. Oh, Kisa, it's so much better for Arknights. Screen's gorgeous, it's bigger, it loads up so quickly. It is not going to help me play less Arknights. Oh, Sadlin says that we should chat further as thanks to wedding stuff, they have a mobile stream setup in place. Oh, way cool. And so Faber 6, I had heard about Phantom Galaxies and I'm in two minds about it. Because on the one hand, it is a great concept and one that I've personally pitched to individuals in the past. But on the other hand, it is going for an NFT marketing campaign to kind of leverage it feature-wise, and that makes me feel gross and weird. So, okay, for those who don't know, so Phantom Galaxies is transforming giant robots at a planet-side scale. So, it's meant to be on and off planet. So you've got dogfighting as jets and space bases, but also ground battles and combat. However, their goal is to use NFTs as a form of marketing up towards the early access launch in Q2 next year. And it's one of those maneuvers that would work very well right now with securing short-term investment, but is something that people are vehemently against, and rightly so. And using it for marketing and not for integration is smart, but you know that stink will linger. Plus, looking at some of the pre-release assets as well, it's claiming to do a lot of things that are very complicated. So I'd be interested to know how they're getting around it. I mean, Alnus, my personal philosophy is I don't believe that the viability of the NFT crowd will be around. Like, taking the fact that I fucking hate the NFT bollocks with a fury of 1,000 suns, taking my feelings out of it, I don't think that it's got legs. No one has come up with a way. No one has come up with a way to make it a viable return on investment, and no one has come up with a way to make consumers give a hot fuck. So, aside from being able to bolt on a buzzword to help secure funding immediately. Oh, Tenari Wow, what-ho? And Zagraves, you're not wrong. The IRS update is going to see this stuff get ruffle stomped in, at least in, the United States. But then, if the US and China are not going to work with NFTs in any space, like, which video game regions will? Again, I'm not an economist. I know a passing amount about cryptocurrencies and things like that. I can only talk about them in the video game space. But if the two biggest spenders, North America and China, have gone no, well, that is to say, China said no, and America says yes, but we're going to tax the shit out of you. Right? Because looking at this, okay, we're going to use... Okay, this is the site for Phantom Galaxies, if you all want to have a look at. So, Tenari Wow, we're discussing Phantom Galaxies, which is Will's dream game. It is transforming giant robots in a mass combat battle setup. However, their marketing approach is NFTs. They're going to give people NFTs from the game. So, Q4 this year, they're launching their NFT collectibles. Then they're going to do the Game Unity ones, then the Starfighter ones, then generated avatars, and then the game launches. So that's 3 rounds of giving out NFTs based on the game before launch. But the thing is, if you get those, at least in North America, you could get fucking taxed. And that's something that makes people nervous, and rightly so. I mean, you could be given something by a video game that causes you to have to fill out more tax forms and give money to the IRS. Numbers was saying, is Starters and current model NFT adjacent? No. And Alice, no, you make a very good point that the kind of individuals that are very, very into the NFTs as a potential moneymaker are not individuals that are going to be invested in your game. And the kind of people that are going to be invested in your game, your core audience, are very against it. So it's a marketing campaign that's selling to exactly the wrong people. The thing about giant robot fans is they're very particular. You've got to prove your worth. You've got to prove you know what you're doing. that you're not just another, like, you know, flash in the pan, we'll see you later. But the thing about giant robot fans is that they are loyal. If you make a giant robot game that's good, they will stick with you through hell and high water. MechWarrior Online still has an active community. It's not as big as it was, and they have a lot of gripes that are valid. But fuck, they're gonna die on that hill. And yes, sorry, I should have. So Tenariwell, the super high-speed TLDR is an NFT, is a little receipt based on blockchain technology that says, I own this image. It isn't actually the image itself, it's just like a little receipt that says, oh, it's mine. It is the current tech industry buzzword, and it is a monstrously great big scam. It is also a monstrously great big scam that requires an inordinate amount of power to maintain and generate. So, as somebody put it, we're basically killing the planet for literally nothing. Not even. It's not an in-game object. It's not a virtual anything. It's just a little receipt that says, "Oh, I own this." Yes, as Port Center says, until recently, all our tokens were disappointingly very fudgeable. You know what, friends? Instead of buying, like, non-fudgeable tokens, you could just buy fudge. You could buy fudge and then you could eat it. Unless that would cause you health problems, in which case, find someone else to treat yourself to. Oh, Number says Seattle fudge is very good. Ooh, yeah, Nummy fudge treats. Hashtag buy fudge. Numbers, I don't know if there is a specific brand of fudge that is Seattle fudge, so I can't really say. And Alnus, okay. It's something that a lot of the Japanese mech shows have done to basically endear themselves to the audience, is work with Bandai Namco to create figures. What was it called? 86. A recent so-so giant robot show about, like, high-speed bug mechs. And they actually managed to do a very, very good job of launching by having tie-in minis with their launch, which I thought was feckin' smart. But yeah, I don't begrudge a company using wanky tech bro buzzwords to get funding. It's just NFTs is that next step because, like, they do documented harm. It's not just an annoying concept, and it's not just a sketchy business practice. It does have a demonstrable effect on our environment for no use. For no use. The future is garlic bread. We've tasted it. So, yeah. So yeah, it makes me sad because the idea of a big 1,000-person transforming robot Macross-style giant robot game where we get to all zip around like jet fighters and then transform into mechs, that's my fucking heart. That's my happy place. But we'll see how this goes. The Great Yarmouth Fudge. That's my my favourite Bloodborne joke. That one. I mean, Zagraves, the difference between those two is that the NFT crowd have money. Yeah, but no, you're right that in the sense that it's a marketing technique that will tell a large number of people to leave it alone. Anyway, I think we've covered that wholeheartedly. We're going to have to hear about more of this NFT bollocks over the next year, but just like the last round of blockchain-flavoured nonsense, it won't last. People have been trying for years to turn blockchain technology into something that makes money in video games. And aside from sneaking crypto miners into people's games, no one's succeeded. Like, I don't even want to bore you with how many, like, middleware buy our crypto salespeople were at GDC last time I was there. And they'll be there again next year if it's on. But, again, there's no use case for consumers, and consumers are surprisingly savvy when it comes to this kind of stuff. Vanderby says, has someone found Will's happy place? It's full of giant robots and spaceships. Although, okay, the difference was my pitch was all about logistics versus adaptability. So what my pitch was about was the idea that transforming mechs were weaker and more fragile than heavier battle mechs, but heavier battle mechs required transportation. So it was the old kind of like X-Wing versus TIE Fighter idea. Sorry, hang on. That's a bit much. The idea that X-Wings are the best guerrilla ships that you can get because they've got a warp drive on them. They're pretty sturdy. They don't do anything flashy or anything special, but you can get them in and get them out again without having to have a dedicated carrier. TIE Fighters are cheap, plentiful, and will fuck up your day with enough of them. But you've got to have a Star Destroyer to carry them. They don't have warp drives on them. They do have shields. And I thought about that concept a lot, and I really like that idea that if you have a large group of people in an online game, then you have to manage getting them from point A to point B. But it allows them to specialize. So it creates the idea that if you want to specialize, you need to work with a team, but if you want to generalize, you can fly solo. So like a Macross-style transforming mech could get from one point of space to the other very quickly. But to transport a battle mech-style heavy-ton beast, you need a ship, a dropship, and a shit ton of munitions. And I really like that idea of finding that balance. Yeah, Fred, like, what would it take to get a Jaeger from one planet to another? But imagine that showing up. Also, whoever that spooky ghost was, thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. Again, I don't know if all these spooky ghosts are working together as one Yaldum. Of course, the big problem has always come with pitching this idea is, like, size and server infrastructure. Space games are hard to do at the best of times. Yeah, Catros makes an excellent point that Luke's X-Wing goes from Hoth to Dagobah to Bespin, and survives getting drowned in a swamp. That thing is built to last. TIE Fighters are cheap and quick to produce, but because they're in a literal battleship, you can vomit forth hundreds of them. Oh, Book, thank you. I take my professional stuff very seriously. I don't know, it's one of those things that I always thought about ever since we played the Spooky Ghost doing cheeky heels. Whoever that is, sincerely, thank you again, alright? Sorry, number saying that TIE pilots become veterans very quickly because flying TIE fighters is unforgiving. Yeah, and the Empire's philosophy of this, let's militarize as many people as possible by creating a military that needs to churn through people as quick as. Sorry, getting into the Star Wars there. All for McBad, what ho, friend? But yeah, it's one of the things I've always liked, the idea of the viability of different styles of giant robots. Sorry, Alderswith. Man, that joke never gets old. Just like TIE pilots. Okie dokie Lokies. But it's also one of the things I kept thinking about in PlanetSide was that being a solo player in PlanetSide is weird. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a very, very different experience to playing that game by yourself rather than playing with a squad. And I don't know, I still feel like they never worked out how to marry different sizes and scales of units. And one of the things that I found myself doing was just basically being a sniper. And what I'd do is I'd get a jet fighter, I'd scream over to where the nearest battlefield was, ripcord out, drop jet land, stealth up, and just sit there for an hour with a cup of tea just killing people. Yeah, but Compliment Cap, you're right. You're at the mercy and fate of a lot of people when you're alone in PlanetSide. And, like, you've got to really hope that someone... Oh, okay. So Graves, I hope you're feeling better, friend. I hope you're feeling better. That is a time that I usually go to bed at. So good luck. But it was lovely chatting to you. Yeah. PlanetSide's one of those tricky ones because there aren't many games like it, and so they've had to solve a lot of design philosophy problems without being able to point to someone else and go, oh, that's how we do it. But while also doing it based on a free-to-play model, meaning that you can't just wipe the board and start again. Do you know what I mean? Oh, sorry. I was just looking over to start changing the game, and the sequel to one of my favourite Flash games of all time, The Last Stand, is coming out in 2 weeks. Although I think it's coming out as early access, so I don't know if I'm going to wait. Zergy, you're going to have to tell me what the game is. Acronyms are my absolute... I deal with so many game names every day. Well, Book, see, the challenge of games like PlanetSide really is logistical. The first thing you've got to solve is how do we get hundreds of people in one big world where they can go and do anything, right? Like, that's the big challenge. Oh, in the first PlanetSide. See, context. Context is very important. That did the opposite of what I... That did the opposite of the kind of things that I feel like PlanetSide should have been aiming for. Because what that did is it made, like, toppest of toppest tier players even more unkillable. So if you wanted to just... Yeah. It very much became a point-counterpoint. Whereas, interestingly, like, with... At least with PlanetSide 2, the engineers trying to keep the battle fridges alive created this really cool kind of, like, combat medic styling. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Sorry, jumping back in. Awful says they want to see a game like PlanetSide but Halo, taking place in a ring world. Yeah, that sounds fucking glorious. And Book says Eve solved the problem by making logistics the main game, and the small minority fight the logistics battle. Yes. Although, it's difficult to have fun by yourself in Eve, It's not impossible, but it's difficult. Oh, and whoever that spooky ghost was, thank you for the 300 fucking ledge. But okay, so Awful and Zergy, the challenge when making these things isn't the creativity part of it. It's the actually making it. How do you get 200 people all playing the same map at the same time together to feel good and work? Because that's a lot of netcode and a lot of challenges. And like, there's still parts about PlanetSide and PlanetSide 2 that people will bemoan on the constant because of the choices they made on how they implemented it. But no one's managed to make something of that scale that compares, and there's a reason. Well, and see, in Awful McBad, again, this is where the challenges of making games come in. Sony paid to have Dust 514 be a PlayStation exclusive. So that's money that got it developed. But they overestimated the difficulties of working with the PlayStation Network. And the most that they could implement was the orbital bombardment. That was the most they could do. No transporting of objects, no logistics, no shipping guns to the surface or command ships, just click point, shoot point. And that had to be a special kind of ammo and a special kind of gun from an EVE player. And even then, the effects of it were very, very hand-wavium cartoony. Oh, sorry. I forget this track gets all squiggly here. There we go. Oh, and Biggs, sorry, I've been talking for an hour and a half. I didn't realise. We're going to play Subway Midnight in just a sec. Okay, so Awful McBad, I feel like you're not hearing me proper here. The challenge isn't the creativity part. It's the actual making the game. It's getting these different, like, server infrastructures to talk to each other. It's getting the PlayStation Network to talk to the EVE server cluster. Like, that's the challenge. And they weren't confident enough in it as a, oh, hello, Flip. Watto friend. And sorry, and to the Nordic Forge. Thank you for a follow. Flip, how is your day going? Hello, Watto, and welcome. But so then the question awful becomes, who's picking up the tab if not Sony? Like, who's paying for Dust 514? This is the real challenge of video games. It's not a creative one, it's a business one. It's a programming one. It's a logistics one. This is why the era of the idea guy is dead and gone. Your idea for a video game is worthless. And I know that's a horrible thing to say to people, but it is. Because it's, how do you make it? Can you make it? And who's paying for it? Those are the three challenges you've got to solve. Only once you've solved those, can you even begin to start being like, alright, what am I going to make?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, and Jackie Fox just gifted a sub to some random British guy. Fucking... Alright, congratulations, random British guy. And Spooky Anonymous Ghost, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh, and Flip's been on some more Scarlet Nexus. I have not had the chance to even start Scarlet Nexus. It is looking at me guiltily from a monstrous Steam list, being like, oh, remember when you were excited to try me? I'm like, yes, but I wasn't as busy then, and I'm very busy right now. And Spooky Ghost is still at it. God, I need to get some water. I am parched.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And Baron Ransack, I haven't the foggiest.
17 months already, where's the time gone?
If you work it out, please tell me.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Wait, is that the official... Okay, no. It's just a random account that was made in 2007. I pushed my fingers into my eyes. More on this story later. Thanks for making us all feel 1,000 years old and get Kerrang flashbacks. Oh. Okay, so friendos, I'm going to grab some water, and then let's get Subway Midnight started. And I don't mean to sound so aggressive on talking about games and like games creations, because it's fun to play. It's fun to play armchair creative. It's fun to play the theory game. But when we start looking at like why wasn't X Y, there is always a reason, but that reason may not be discussed, so we can only theorize it. You know, why wasn't Dust 514 released on PC? That would be because Sony paid for it, and that the cost of them bringing it to PC was much higher than the logistics of what they thought they were going to get back. That, twinned with how very shaky EVE Online's economy can be with even the slightest change. Adding a whole new video game into that economy could destabilize it entirely. And CCP don't have another title. If EVE dies, there is no more CCP, which would also affect Iceland's general GDP, but the sheer size that CCP is compared to Iceland as a country. Captain Zogi says, here's another why wasn't StarCraft Ghost released? Because they never managed to hit the quality threshold, and no one was willing to take the gamble on paying for it. Like, I don't know this, but my theory would be that they made StarCraft Ghost and started shopping it around, and no one wanted to pick up the tab.
On a lighter note, the game.
Oh, why are you like this? Favor 6. Feck you. Thank you for the 200. Also, feck you. Yeah, now the Ghost is the forever Jarl. This is very much the thing. Sorry, Jackie Fox, I was joking about it, but sincerely thank you for gifting these subs. Even in feckin' joke mode, because I'll have to say them at the end of the show. And Baron Ransack, how are you doing, friend? Well, and Awful McBad, remember, it's Activision Blizzard right now. Like, it is one merged company. And they are not doing well. To Crux, thank you for the 100. I guess we're doing trains. We're doing 2 trains before a game. That's how we're doing today. And Strix with the corgi. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm sorry for those of you that wanted to get off on the first stop of this train. You have been denied. It has... those that run this train have said no. All aboard! MDH, does this make this a waffle train? Is this like a waffle express?
All aboard.
Oh, okay, sorry. Crux, Strags, Bacon Avenger, Wolfcrad, all of you. Thank you. But no thank yous to Favor 6, Ben Terror. Oh, my life. Sorry, bear with me just a second, dear friends.
What do dry gin and pollinating plants have in common? They're both bee feeders.
Oh! Okay, sorry, Favor 6, thank you so much for throwing in 200 there. Okay, so friendos, Con Artist Games. Remember what I said about I will plug the shit out of your games? You feckin' legends. And Stooge, thank you for 200. Sorry, Multi-track Drifty Potatoes. Okay, so Con Artist Games are the creators I mentioned earlier behind one of my favourite Flash titles of all time, which is The Last Stand. Do you remember I was talking about them a while back because they re-released their collection on Steam? Now, friends, you have to understand that The Last Stand was a zombie survival game before zombie games were cool. Like, before we saw the re-emergence of zombie titles, when they were relegated to just being Flash games and strange parts of the internet. So I fucking loved them.
I've been saving my resub for a train that I kept missing. Well, time to turn in my ticket.
Alright!
7-month redo.
And at a tier 2, Earl Koenig, we shall be moving your seat closer to the drink cart, just so you don't have to spend so far getting to the bar. Alright, sorry, there is so much happening right now, and I'm grinning like a loon. Okay, so... what was I talking about? Oh yeah, The Last Stand. The Last Stand was also one of the first titles, by my knowledge, to get a publishing deal with Arma Games. So as a independent Flash game team, they managed to get a publishing deal, which... oh, feckin' hell, I could talk about that until I'm blue in the face. Anyway... they've got a game coming out November 16th, The Last Stand Aftermath. Please throw it on your wish lists to give the game a boost. I haven't tried it, so I can't comment onto its quality, but I'm stupid dumb excited for this. It's a single-player roguelike zombie game. Oh, I'm so fucking ready. Gin and gin are pronounced the same way. And both spirits in a bottle. It's actually gin. But, I'll let you have that one. Yeah, Clank, I evoke the old internet. I speak its words. I know its names! Fiona's got me on the background, I get to hear myself through. But no, to the team behind the Con Artist Games account, whoever that is, thank you for stopping in. We're not a massive corner of the internet, we're not a huge lot, but we know our video games here. And I would... yeah, I'd feckin' love to show that off on... when's it dropping? It's dropping on the 16th. Alright. There we go. It's in the calendar. It's done. Your favourite 6 asks if I've heard of our Lord and Saviour, Foamy the Squirrel. God, that's about the same bloody time and all. And Captain Steph, I shall become hyped! I shall embrace the keen! Actually, Orphan McBad, I know the... and Cusa with you. The team behind Project Zomboid are actually very good friends of mine. And I always loved the Zomboid philosophy to Zambies was that this is the story of how you die. Like, there's no winning Zomboid, and I've always found that fascinating as a concept. Con Artist Games had forgotten about Salad Fingers, thanks. Who invoked stammering? What? Okay. Friendos, we need to talk about the fact that last week, the final part of Charlie the Unicorn was released on the internet. We wish to speak the old words. You wish to evoke the ancient tongue? Then I bring forth Charlie the Hecking Unicorn. And let me tell you, introducing someone to Charlie the Unicorn for the first time in this, the year of Waluigi 2021, is a surreal experience, to say the very least. And Flair, how the feck are you doing? No, Flair, that's your club. How are you doing, mate? How you doing? Yeah, Con Artist Games. It's 40 minutes long. It is an epic of untold proportion. And I'm not going to spoil it. It's good. It's genuinely good. Shun the non-believer! Shun! Starfish really loves you. Yeah, so enjoy that one, friends. I do recommend watching all of it in one long spree because, oh boy. Immortal N, I will not comment, but it is, as someone who has seen both, it is very interesting. Oh no. Sorry, Favorsick says that they know someone who has Charlie the Unicorn flavored PTSD because they were at university at the time of its initial launch. And the gentleman's name was Charlie. All I could hear is 20 pisshead uni students all going, Charlie! Still kind of disturbed about how much Charlie the Unicorn I know by heart. Okay. I should put some train music on. Feckin' hell, you lot. The hype train's still going. It's at level 3. There we go. That'll do for some train music. But no, seriously, friendos, if you can go throw a follow over to Last Stand Aftermath, I would really appreciate it. Because, I mean, right now, the Steam economy is still very much like wish lists get more eyeballs on it in the ramp up towards launch. So you will be helping those devs out a whole bunch. Salient is a person whose street name is Mikey, who grew up in the Life cereal days. My condolences to Charlie. Now that goes a little over my head, but I will assume anyone from the local area will understand. And oh, if I could put on the Venga bus whilst hype trains were going, I promise you I would. Oh, Con Artist Games are just agreeing to saying that it is 100% all about getting wish lists for indies. Also, someone gifted a sub to Con Artists, and I didn't say thank you. Bacon Avenger, you feckin' legend. Oh, okay. Mikey Likes It was the catchphrase of Life cereals in the 80s and 90s. Oh, no. So, friendos, thank you for another feckin' hype train as well. I guess because we've got so many new faces in here, you lot chuck in bits or subs or what have you is literally what keeps this whole house going. So, sincerely thank you, alright? And to Con Ice Games, Lizzie has been very kind. What?
Post-hype train cannonball. Feck all you conformists.
You know what, Biggs? I've always described you as an individual of House Chaos, and the lengths to which you go to instill chaos continue to impress me. Fucking thank you. Feckin' hell. Biggs, thank you. That's $10 to keeping a roof over our heads, so fucking thank you, alright? Thank you all. But yes, what I was going to say is, so, Con Artist Games, Lizzie is reminding me to blep at you on the Twitters after this. But yeah. Also, everybody got bugs! Look at their little faces. Oh. But then Vanderbeest with a pint glass full of corgis. Although, congratulations to the team. Like, y'all did some damage to the Ghost Jarl. It's impressive. Okay, so, friendos. I'm just going to go get myself some water, just because my throat's a little dry. And then let's get this game started. What the fuck? And the ghost said no. Fuck. Holy shit. Oh well, I hope you all like Ghost Jarl, because Ghost Jarl is here to fucking stay. Seriously, whoever there is behind this Ghost Jarl operation, or maybe it's multiples of you, but fucking thank you. That was 4,200 bits. Whew. And another spooky ghost. I mean, Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass after that bombardment. Fucking yo. Okay, sorry, I'm multi-track drifty and I desperately need some cold water. Right. So once again, friends, this is The Last Stand Aftermath, and I would consider it a personal favour if you'd go and throw it a wish list. The Last Stand was a big part of kind of like my youth gaming, I should say. And I still consider it to be a very, very important game because for a lot of us, it was one of the games that started saying, no, the medium doesn't affect the message. That is to say that just because it's a Flash game doesn't mean it can't try and be serious. It can't try and make you care. That it can't be gritty or brutal or hard. Like, it doesn't have to be brightly coloured animals yoting shit at each other. And the fact that it was so far ahead of a lot of other things in terms of, like, indie publishing and, you know, working outside of the norm, it doesn't get discussed enough, in my humble opinion. So, I would personally love to see this game succeed. And I know that's very selfish of me to ask, but that's where I'm at. Alright. Spooky Anonymous Ghost, thank you for the additionals. Okay, give me 2 seconds, friendos. I'm just going to go get some water. And then we're going to get started with Subway Midnight. Oh, and hang on, let me turn that off for a second. Con Artist Games, or, well, the individuals behind that. You lot did the hard bloody work. I'm just saying it as I see it. Just saying it as I see it. One of the great things about being indie these days is I can say nice things about all the games I like. I don't have a brand manager telling me what I can and can't say. I don't have a big publisher being like, you must only talk about things of the waggling finger of Uncle Sonic. I could say what I like. Oh, 90. I'll link it again for you if you just got in. The game is The Last Stand Aftermath, which we will be playing next week. Caffeine's like, well, you can't say things like that. Shit! Caffeine's become my brand manager! How could this have happened? Caffeine, how the fucking hell are you doing? Oh, I guess I'm a sweary person today. Fucking yo. Okay. Water. Then we're going to play Subway Midnight. Alright? Alright. We'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere. on Amazon.com / sorry, I was just joking with Fiona. Sadly, I have to inform you that with the high winds we had today and the rain, the gigantic, monstrous pride flag that hung outside our home has sadly fallen. The flag is down. The flag is down. Obviously, we're going to get another one, obviously. But I needed to share this information. I think mainly because we had that... okay, Tunes, I need you to... mainly because we had that one lass that came by and was like, hey, I really like your flag. I'm not allowed to like stuff like that at home. I'm like, oh, what was it I said to the lass? We are the gay agenda. Your activation phrase is in the mail. I'm still proud of that one. Oh, wow, there's very little. Jaggy's like, no, not the tunes. Now I can hear my own thoughts. Don't worry, I'll drown it out with video games. So, friendos, we're going to jump into Subway Midnight. This is a fascinating little title that has a really interesting art style and has this creepy, cute kind of vibe going on. To my understanding, it doesn't go into full horror. It's closer to games like Smile for Me and stuff like that. But, as always, if any of the themes or thematics get too much for you, feel free to tap out and take a break. I will not be... emotionally offended by it. Titans, we're doing all right, but I think because we're in that little dugout where we've got all the stuff kind of protecting us. The rain's been pretty intense, and as I was just saying, sad to inform that our pride flag has unfortunately bitten it, so we'll have to get another one. Okay. Lord Lost and Found, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. And Favor 6, sorry, I just saw your post. I can definitely understand those feels. The one good thing about something like theme park work is it is seasonal, so it's not like you're done forever. Okay, this game does contain sequences of flashing lights. So any of you with photosensitivity, this game autosaves and is presented by Aggro Crab. I'd really like it, Streamlabs, if you would play ball. There we go. Let me know how the levels are, dear friends, as I can probably give it a... Bing bong indeed. This is some peak, night tube nonsense. Style. Alright, so without further ado, friends, let's begin. If the audio is too loud or anything along those lines, please... What's up, Ghost Buddy? let's get out of here. Now, I wonder, can we... Okay, we can't just go back the way we came. Alright. Okay, yeah, you're right, Numbers. It was more not everybody with horns is demonic. I knew a bloke who had horns once. Sorry, that wasn't the setup to a joke. I don't know what reminded me about it, but I've met a couple of people that have dermal implants here and here, and it allows you to get horns and actually set them on your head without using like makeup glue or anything like that. Oh! Sorry, that made me jump. That made me jump. Yeah, sorry all, that wasn't the setup to a horrendous joke. We're literally just talking about people who get horn implants. And now we're hanging out in the ceiling. I'll reverse my controls, why don't you? Night Villain says, October is over. Why is scary? Well, this is more creepy cute. But for some of us, the spooks are a year-round thing. Oh no, Numbers, I was hoping you'd know why I was walking on the ceiling. Now I'm very confused. Oh god. Don't worry everybody, it's just Blackpool. Named so because of the pools of black dark inky liquid that after the beginning of the robot uprising would flood the local area, liquidating all it touched. Pretty common these days now.
Now approaching Blackpool Station. Please don't touch the inky black melted mess of your fellow passengers.
Giddy! Excuse me, floaty big words. What's up? If you could not take up the entire train, that'd be great. Oh, sorry, I get allergies around Blackpool area. You know how it is. So Capster says, Will, where do you want me to send this 12-foot skeleton? I mean, considering the size of stuff people have sent to the P.O. box, it should handle the job, right? Also, like, okay, things I really appreciate about this already so far is that this has just been us heading one way down this train. Our little character just running from space to space. The economy of art here is great, and it's wonderfully unsettling. Oh. Oh, feck, and now it flips. Yeah, no, come on, kiddo. Kid. Yeah, run, 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 run. Let's do the running thing. There we go. There we go. See, we're not gonna hang around. I'm gonna do the running thing. Jackie has decided to send 100 dead pigs to the P.O. box. Hey, that's what it's there for. Actually, random question to any of the Oh no. Oh no. That's a big lock. Hide in the corner. Hide in the corner, child. Child, don't look. Nope. I don't have anything to... Oh, this is not good. Okay. Okay. I need less of the creepy, more of the cute. Friend. Somebody wants a hug.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey, El Ravager, how you doing? What ho, friend? As Stammering Gamer says again, just Blackpool on a Friday night. Yeah, it's pretty spot on. Edwin, how you doing, friend? And Kisa, I mean, I think you and other people mentioned this game was something we'd have to get stuck into, but, like, the art style of this is just gorgeous. And again, this is one of those days where, like, if you take anything away from this game, look at the art style, how it's done, like the billboarding on the sprites, the environments, the heavy use of lighting and shaders to give it its feel. Lost Flowers, it's creepy cute, it's fine, you'll be fine. But yeah, El Ravager, how are you doing, friend? How are you doing? Like, after Blackout Club stuff, I don't even know what to say to people right now. I feel almost I don't know, like, kind of like Survivor's Guilt, but for my god. If that makes a weird sense. No, sorry, for those of you that weren't there, so the Blackout Club had a huge revelation on Friday night. The big meeting of the gods, the summit, happened. And Lord Lost, fucking hell. Last did appear. Yeah. It went that whole thing went places, let me tell you. The idea did offer an apology to Laughs Last, as to be essentially the in exchange for joining the pact. Laughs Last responded by pulling a heel turn and betraying everyone in the face. So, Laughs Last brought management into the summit. Seed the Grudge and the Measured Cuts have gotten got. And the word on the aforementioned street is, yeah, they ain't coming back. El Ravager says, just a busy guy. Blackout Club wise, no tears, only vengeance. Miyaki Sakura saying that now we know why Last Laughed symbol is crossed fingers. True. That's. And Lamelot, we are taking a trip on the regular London to Blackpool Express. Well, I mean, numbers on that one, you'd have to ask Fiona. But the thing is, no one knew that he was going to pull this. We were joking about maybe getting some craft supplies, making a real-life Laughs Last mask, and then setting it ablaze. Huh. So I can pick up stuff. Oh yeah, sorry. What was I going to add? Just that, again, friends, no dialogue, no vocal nonsense. It's all just conveyed with the visual style and with some really simple control schemes. And this game's already very impressive. Not that you need me to tell you, but yeah, I think it warrants saying. Okay, so Lost Flowers. So the idea is okay because after he apologized, Laughs Last threw the idea out the meeting like a jerk. And everyone was like, oh, I can't believe he's done this. But then management showed up and grabbed everybody. Oh no, it's the Creeper. Hello! Oh, fucking hell! Hello, loud train! I'm awake now. Fucking hell. Now heading from London to Blackpool. This train would like to remind passengers that as we move closer to the radiated wastelands that make up Blackpool, your life will be taken into your own hands. Right, what's that on the... Have you seen me? Clara Connie. Last seen on this train. Call 911. And a discarded soda. But yeah, sorry. Tooth Mum hasn't been heard from in a while. So, she wasn't at the meeting, she didn't get grabbed. But it's also, we now know why Seed the Grudge's symbol and Laugh's Last symbol were, and Measured Cuts' symbol were in SatCon. Is management had prepared cells for Seed the Grudge and the Measured Cuts. Okay. There's another one for... Okay, it's Julia H. Connie? Has an eye patch and a pirate shirt.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I don't know who's packing this train.
And what ho?
A hoi hoi to you too, and a what ho indeed. Orzine, how are you doing, friend? We were just having a little natch about the Blackout Club with... Oh, feck your boxes! Feck these boxes in particular! Tiny child chooses anarchy! I don't actually know if they're a tiny child, just tiny. Have you seen me? Why, are you missing? No, I'm awesome. Look at all these toy boxes to play with. Yotes them around. And in my defense numbers, when the boxes, when the cans get yoked, it is always a punctuating moment of sharp can noisery. Bing bong. The announcement noise is weird. Orzine's alright, been trying to game Out of Space. A pretty nice co-op game that seems chill, even when it isn't. Oh god. I'm so sorry about that, friends. I was just going to Google Out of Space, but if it's gonna pause all the noises, that's a little too jarring for me. Oh! Fucking hell, game. Such a bastard. Yeah, speaking of jarring... Although one thing that DJ KN mentioned earlier is that this game is autosave, so we can kind of faff our way through it. But if we want to check out some of the other endings, we can. Alright, excuse me, Chunker. can't take up the entire bloody train. Would you like an orange? Would you like a small ghost? Would you like to push a button? And look at the TV. Telly doesn't want to hang out with me. Now we found a special button. There's never anything on telly. Just punt people's garbage around the place. Oh, okay. One button to rule them all. So we need 2 buttons to make it through. Woohoo! Jackie's like, lick the button. Hell no, I ain't licking anything on a feckin' train. At least not until I've had my booster. Hey! Oh, don't leave me with the fish. I mean, yes, now we've seen the person. Just don't want to talk to us. Good. Keith is like, I shall eat the button. Okay. The buttons did look like tiny oranges at first. Oh, fuck off. You all saw that, right? How is there a shark fin? This is a game about trains. J-Pod's like, saw what? Fucking goddarn it. Oh, no, not you two, Varbles. Kisa? Vanderbeest? Etu? Glare shark. Oh, feck off, Moose. Moose is like, what? It's just a game about trains. It's just a game about trains. It's just a game about trains. There's that feckin' fin again. Can we talk to the ghost? Oh, hello. Ghost not talking to me. Oh, fuck off! No! God! No, fuck off! Fuck off! No! Ah, why is it following me? Lady, I need you to call off your pet shark. Ah! Oh, I do not like. Do not like. No, no. Fuck! No! Fucking sharks. No, 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 no! No, fuck off! Oh, this is the worst! The other one's here. Now, where's that pissing shark? Fuck off. I shall not! There will be no boopage! Fucking sharks, man. It's a game about trains! Why is there a fucking shark in here? Stammering Gamer, you can demand to your heart's content. I ain't gonna boot that snoot. I think it's better though to do it this way. So I can kind of sneak round it. God fucking darn it. There's no run or sprint. Welcome to Davy Jones's car train. Cool. Great. Getting fish blocked here. Fuck! Boot the snoot. I was about to say, I'll boot your snoot and realise that that is neither a threat nor a promise. Okay, I do want to focus on what Book's saying, just to give myself a second to fucking breathe. Book was saying that it is really amazing that tech and engines have advanced to the point like an indie dev can use like lighting and effects and all of this without years of single-use engineering, right? Like, oh, sorry about this. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Just favors, darling. You can boot my snoot anytime. To Zio. Hello, hello. Zio says, remember this game getting shown off before the dev found a publisher. Yes, but we were talking about this earlier. Supposedly, like the publisher deal that they got was really good. So it's really nice to see them like kicking ass, you know. Whew. Sorry, I'm just having a little breather for a second. I should probably tell the world we're playing this. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to remember to tweet as a means of coping. Oh. Woo! Oh. Oh, darn it. Bear with me just a second, dear friends. It's just a game about train sharks. Let me see. Heck you all. Heck you all. Heck you all. Okay, yeah. Good. Glad we've solved this one. Oh, fucking hell. You know what's a real challenge? Breathing. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the name of the dev that made this. I want to make sure I'm crediting them directly. Oh, it is okay. It's Bobby Darkstar. I spelled it with. I spelt it with one B like a dingus. We've had it with these motherfucking sharks on this fucking train. On this Monday to Friday train. Wow, I've been very sweary today. Oh, so actually, while I'm doing a bit of a natter, I don't know if you saw the interesting news that Weta Digital have been sold to Unity for, and I quote, $1.6 billion. Holy feck. Oh. And that does mean that Peter Jackson is now vomitously rich, even more so than he was before. I think he can just buy New Zealand now. He doesn't have to pretend anymore. Yeah, I've had it with these monkey fighting androids on this Monday to Friday timeline. Yeah, Zio, Weta is powerful. Although it's this hilarious thing that before I moved to New Zealand, you know, Weta is held on such high esteem, and they do great work, so I'm not dissing on that one. But I remember people saying, like, yo, I know some people over at Weta, and being like, whoa, that's amazing, that's going to be really cool. And then once you move out to New Zealand, you realise how fucking small the country is. Everyone knows someone from Weta. Everyone. It's like, it's feckin' hilarious. It's feckin' hilarious. Okay, sorry for taking this impromptu break. I just needed a shark break, I won't lie. So forgive the clickety-clackety and the quiet. Zio says, it seems like a pleasant place where everybody knows everybody. Oh, they do. And it definitely, I'm not dissing. It's just, it's very, very funny. It's very, very funny because it's such a... It's such a small community, like especially like the game dev side of it, like the Weta interactions and stuff, that lots and lots of people like have... Lots and lots and lots of people have had interactions with them as a company, and that's not a bad thing, it's just... I don't have an end to that sentence. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I've been sharked up. Okie dokie Lokies. Unfortunately, I've nearly finished this feckin' tweet, which means I'm out of ways that I can feckin' stall. Okay, tweet deployed. Let's return to the subway. We can natter about Weta. Oh, okay, sorry. Faber6 was like, whoa, you're not used to floating circle heads in the tube. They're common on the circle line. I used to use like the central line a lot. Because I was in East London. And I forget which is the station that starts at Richmond. I used to have to take that one to Sega. Oh, and Zio, like once the world is all opened up, it's definitely worth going to NZ, because you can go there for working holidays real easy. It's only hard to actually emigrate out there. You forgot your teddy! You coming, buddy? Buddy, come on. Look. Bear! We've got shit to do, buddy! What's that, Bear? You don't want to move out of this spot? There's ghost sharks that way! Fucking, even the bear's against me. Oh. Okay, so here's one of those things I hate. I hate that Deep Blue Sea is more than just a scary shark movie. Because Deep Blue... God damn it, Big Ted! What do you... No! Come on, bear friend. Don't be like this. Sorry. Deep Blue Sea as a movie does some fascinating things with its narrative that I thoroughly respect. And the commute car. That I thoroughly respect, but it's also my greatest fear. Oh yeah, I ate when I got coffee. Just because I decided that I was going to get a Sani rather than get destroyed by the water. Wait. Wait, you! Wake up! Stop being a sleepy ghost and start to wake up! Now, does anyone desperately mind if I spoil one of the moments from Deep Blue Sea? Oh, that one says, have you seen us? And one of them's a little girl with the bear. Oh, and Stammering Gamer, have a lovely rest of your evening. I hope you sleep well, friend. Fucking ghosts, Dave. Let's say hi to Bear. Sup, Ted? Sup, Ted Bear? Oh, wasn't supposed to do that. Fine. He's just one great big teddy bear. But yeah, if anyone would like me not to spoil a part of Deep Blue Sea, the shark movie, say so now. Otherwise, I'll go into it in just a moment. Oh. Got it in one. Stringer, please just tell me about the sea, William. Oh, bear with me a second. Wait, hang on. Oh, you fucking bad word. Bear with me just a second. I'm going to turn the wow down just a little bit. Okay. Sorry. Fucking bear. Okay, so Deep Blue Sea is one of my great fears. It is an undersea research lab working on, I believe it's meant to be like a cure for like Alzheimer's, by using shark DNA or something along those lines. So it's blue, yellow, pink. Okay, so blue, yellow, pink, yellow. There we go. They accidentally make this shark super smart, and it wreaks revenge on the people that have experimented on it. Yeah, you! Hey, am I safe in here? I don't feel safe. had to pull the cage up. Smart Sharks, brought to you by Meta. Anyway, one of the things that Deep Blue Sea did that was so brilliant was they had Samuel L. Jackson in it, and this is not a good game for telling stories. If I remember rightly, Samuel L. Jackson was the biggest name they had in that, and it follows a lot of the standard kind of like sci-fi, like monster tropes. Like at the beginning, they show us the scientists being mean to the shark. Then the shark escapes. A few people go, "Oh, I wonder what it's going to do," and it does them a whole bunch of murders. And then it gets to that midway point. I guess the midway point where the hero who's probably going to sacrifice himself for everybody starts telling them a story. Oh, Salem, I'm sorry I forgot LL Cool J. You're right. How could I commit such a travesty? Oh, Loki, how are you doing, friend? Wato and welcome. Okay, so Samuel L. Jackson has, and the crew that have survived, managed to make it into this. Oh God, I think it's like a sealed moon bay. And everyone's fighting at each other. Everyone's like, "Oh, I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this." And Samuel's like, "Hey!" And he starts telling them this story about how him and a bunch of people crash landed in the mountains and what happened to them. And he's like, we told everybody that it was the elements that got him. We told everybody it was the fall, but really it was the fights. And he starts alluding that it was the infighting between him and these other survivors that had resulted in them just killing this other guy and leaving him on the mountain. And he's telling us through this story in that almost musical style that Samuel L. Jackson does so very well when he's telling a story. And then just midway through, BAM! Shark comes out of the water while he is mid-sentence, grabs him, pulls him under, and he is dead. No fanfare, no special moment, and it breaks all the conventions. Like, the big name person getting killed is a trick that has been used in movies a bunch of times, especially if that person's one of the headliners. But mid-sentence during that part of the movie, during the emotional hook, like, fucking hell. And I think about that a lot because the impact of that is actually a meta-narrative action when you think about it. Like, to the story, Samuel L. Jackson's character isn't any more important than anyone else's. But we know that it's Samuel L. Jackson playing this particular character. I remember the character's name. I just remember the actor, right? Yeah, well, Captain Steph or Sean Bean. Seeing Sean Bean in any production, you're like, well, he's fucking dead. And if he doesn't die, you're like, oh, okay. Or you're waiting for him to die. He was in a brilliant film called Black Death. You're waiting for him to keel over, and then when it happens, it's impressive. Oh, come on. But when you think about it, it's that shark attack is only impressive in the language of cinema if you understand the elements outside the story. Like, if that was your first sci-fi monster movie, hey!
Thinks about it so much because out of nowhere comes shark.
Yeah, that is also one of the reasons why I think about it so much, is because it was like, out of nowhere, suddenly, ba-bam, it's a shark. My ultimate fucking nightmare. But the reason I think about that is I also then think about how we can do those same kinds of things in video games. Now, in video games, we don't have named actors and characters in the same light. And if you ever want my opinion on the subject, don't get big Hollywood people for your production. Nothing makes me go, faster than it being like, our game's amazing and we got this Hollywood person. It's like, no, you got him to do some voice lines. Like, anyway, that's another point. Actually, Edwin, I was about to reference that one, but I was trying to remember the name of the movie. Edwin was saying it reminds them of Executive Decision. This did a famous bait and switch where Steven Seagal was on the poster. He was the big name. Steven Seagal in Executive Decision. But he dies half an hour in, and then Kurt Russell takes over. And it was so brilliant. But again, it only works when you step outside of the narrative constructs and look at the movie from like the poster downwards. It's one of those fascinating moments where you can't detract the marketing from the experience of the film. Well, that is to say that experiencing the elements around it actually enhances it. Sorry, I just looked back and Favor Six Eyes. As a kid in school, I saw Macbeth. Sean Bean was playing Macbeth. Talk about spoilers. And a book. Some games are great at using player expectation of the genre to flip it over. Earl says, what if the big Hollywood name is Henry Cavill? If he was part of the development team, certainly. But just getting his voice and likeness in there, I still wouldn't say. Like, realizing that the reason why the Chronicles of Riddick games was so good is because Vin Diesel was actually on the dev team drastically has changed my opinion on that one. Now, Edwin, Kojima did do that in Metal Gear Solid 2, but it works in a different manner. It also meant that we, the audience, knew who it was Pliskin was later on. We're like, it's Snake. It's Snake. We know it's Snake. So in a way, we were cued into a character by our understanding outside of the narrative. But actually, no, that actually works within the narrative because it's still that iconic Solid Snake voice. So Earl Conan says, so The Witcher featuring Henry Cavill's Witcher as The Witcher would be a hard pass. Potentially. Well, so Captain Stephen, people saying, what about Norman Reedus in Death Stranding? I have to struggle to remember Norman Reedus' character's name, which was Sam Porter Bridges. My point being is that if you think of the standout performances in Death Stranding, those were the individuals for me that I wasn't aware of ahead of time. Now, Norman Reedus is a great performer, and I think he did add a lot, but by having both his motions and likeness and voice as the character, I actually felt that it detracted to a certain extent. Like, all the baggage of Norman Reedus' characters is brought forward. Now, that can be used to a certain extent, but like, they had adverts for Norman Reedus' AMC show, the one where he just drives a bike around the town. They had that in-game, which I didn't feel that kind of meta-narrative added. And I guess this is me being a little bit of a tilt. Where's my tilted beret? Alright, fuck, it's gone. It is me being a bit of a tilted beret wearer. Actually, so Captain Steph, out of those, I do think Mads Mikkelsen, I do think that using him for that role did a good job because it allowed them to paint him very well as a villain because of our knowledge of his previous works, and then change that about on us later on. 90, yes, Monster did have product placement in the original version of. Sorry, I don't mean this to turn into a Will thinks that Hollywood actors in video games are bad. But a lot of people I know have talked very, very highly about 12 Minutes. And when they asked them what they thought about the what they thought about the twist, they were like, "Oh, I just really liked the voice performances. I didn't really finish it." And I'm like, "No, I'm amazed that people agreed to do that once they found out what the plot was about." Oh yeah, and Edwin, yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to spoil Metal Gear Solid 2 for you. Even though you can't buy it right now because they lost the rights to the historical footage that was used in it. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. Pliskin was Snake all along. And the thing is, I feel like with Kojima production stuff, that's the pieces where Hideo brings in his personal love of 80s cinema. And I don't think it always works. I think that David Hayter's performance as the iconic Solid Snake was a very, very good casting choice, and there's definitely something that gave that character its life. I think if he'd gotten his wish and got Kurt Russell to voice Solid Snake throughout, I think it would have detracted rather than added. Now, this is my humble opinion. I don't expect you to come with. But I will say that when Mr. 24 took over for, what was it, Poisonous Snake or Vengeance Snake, that was a massive step back. And yes, you could argue that it works somewhat narratively, but like David Hayter's ability to deliver batshit dialogue in this respond to every statement with a question really brought it together. Oh, Loki said they never knew that about Snake. I mean, Solid Snake is so clearly Snake Plissken from Escape from New York / Escape from LA. Okay, Caffeine, thank you for being more cohesive with it. You're right. Using a big name actor for VOs was a risk because people might see the actor as opposed to the character. Yes. I actually do want to compliment, here's the thing I didn't think I'd say, but both CD Projekt Red and Keanu Reeves for Johnny Silverhand. And I think it's because of the length of the game. It's how Johnny is the main character of Cyberpunk, but the way in which they utilize, by the end of it, it's not just Keanu Reeves talking in your ear. It is the character Johnny Silverhand talking to you. And they do such a good job. And I think that's the way they flip between perspectives, the way in which your character is able to interact. Like, in the scenes where they're able to allow Keanu to do physical performances alongside the vocal work, it pops. But that's not cheap. That's why that game costs so much fucking money, alongside a whole list of things. And that expensive usage... there's a lot of things they could have done cheaper in that production. Edwin says they felt bad for David Hayter and how he got shafted. I do wonder if Metal Gear Solid 5 had been produced in the manner in which it was intended, even though it was dumb business sense, and seriously, someone needed to get Kojima on a feckin' leash. They needed a good producer for him. Okay, does anyone desperately mind if we discuss Metal Gear Solid 5 spoiler stuff? Because I think it's very valid for this conversation. Oh, Sadlin, thank you for reminding me. Oh yes, friends, there is a free Tiny Tina standalone Borderlands game on Epic right now that you can just download. Just put your hands in your air like you just don't care if you'd like me to avoid spoiling Metal Gear Solid 5 for you. We're just spoiling shit on the train. I'll play a little bit more. Oh look, it's a big mirror, but that person has no face. Oh, okay, so the Borderlands 2... Okay, so the thing on Epic is the Borderlands 2 DLC just by itself Oh, apparently, friends, if you say either Tiny Tina or Borderlands 2 enough, you can summon a Baron Sheep. How you doing, mate? Okay, I know pretty much everyone has probably DM'd you that, but I didn't want to be the only person that didn't DM you. We're talking about Metal Gear Solid 5. I was about to do some spoilery spoilers. Woo! A touch of my face! Oh. Wait, I was the only person? Criminals. Oh, I had to get them to touch the door, and then I could come up and be like, no, touch it. Hey, Caffeine. I never get offended when people are like, hey, Will, did you see this Gundam? The idea that people see Gundam giant robot stuff and think of me is feckin' touching. It's when people go, hey, Will, have you played this game? And I'm like, because, like, video games are something I research both personally and professionally. So that always feels like someone's questioning my professional skills. But feckin', like, I'm no I'm no Gundam expert. Okay, alright, as no one has said, please don't talk about it. So, Metal Gear Solid 5. Metal Gear Solid 5, as you may or may not know, was planned to be a massive production. And due to... There we go. Due to the sheer amount of money it cost to build that game, it was never properly finished. So Ground Zeroes, which was meant to be Chapter 1... was fractured off to... So what was meant to be Chapter 1 was fractured off to be Ground Zero, and this was to help offset the cost of Metal Gear Solid 5's development. And as much as we love dissing on Konami for this one, and they do deserve some stones thrown at them, like, Kojima Productions went so far over budget. Like, as in, it's visible to see, because when you finally play Metal Gear Solid 5, it doesn't have a proper ending. Like, Chapter 1 is essentially the big story ending, and Chapter 2 kind of has some additional elements too. Oh no. Oh, fucking hell. Big scary. Oh, you tried to make a run for it and left us to keel over. Yo, Ghost, if you want to help. Oh, Caffeine's still stoked for Achilles Shield Maidens. Yeah. Alright, come on, Ghost. No, come on. You. Keep on. Doors open. Alright. Yeah, Achilles Shield Maidens can be fucking grand, but you know I love anything by Sejic. That's not how you pronounce his handle. I am the worst person. Oh, we're in the Bleep Bloops room. Okay, sorry. So, Metal Gear Solid 5 was originally meant to be a 3-act structure. I guess technically 4 with Ground Zeroes. So you have Ground Zeroes, where you go and you rescue your friends from Peace Walker and the PSP games. And as you come back, like, you and your people are betrayed. But don't worry about it, because you're pulled out of the water and you get your face rebuilt by a plastic surgeon. But then, as the plastic surgeon's about to redo your face, you go through the whole character creation to make your face, because you're currently looking like, well, you look like Big Boss with a huge piece of shrapnel in your face. During this, the plastic surgeon who is about to do your surgery is just knifed in front of you, bloody. Anyway, game continues. Act 1, okay. How to like deliver the emotional nonsense? The bad guy is Skullface, who betrayed you, who wants to destroy the English language. It's It's dumb, but it's delivered in an awesome manner, except for anything involving Code Talker. God. Anyway. It turns out, friends, that at the beginning, when you are asked to create your character, when you are asked to make your face and your design, and then the plastic surgeon was killed, is you were off your tits on mad drugs. You were remembering it backwards. See, the thing is, during that whole scene, you were part of Big Boss's inner circle. You were a rank-and-file soldier that volunteered to have their face changed to look like Big Boss. Your goal was to come back from the dead and wreak havoc. Like, draw all the ire and attention off of all the people trying to destroy the Diamond Dogs. So that whilst you were doing that, Big Boss could operate in the shadows. So I feel like there may have been this clever bait and switch where they brought in a big Hollywood actor to play new Big Boss. But then later on, in Act 3 or something like that, it would have been like David Hayter being like, "Did you miss me?" And everyone going like, "Fucking wee!" However, Act 3 was never finished. Development of the game ran on so long, on a top of the development of a custom engine to create it, that Act 1 was finished. Act 2 is a little bit spotty and sets up backstory for the other characters in Metal Gear Solid, but it doesn't have a cohesive end. And then Act 3 just doesn't exist. So it's like, story, nothing. Yeah, Edwin. And that was, I thought something that was very, very good, and I would have loved to have seen more in it. That the cutscene of the reveal was exceptional because it reveals the nature of Big Boss's actions in the first 2 Metal Gear games, when he was hiring people like Gun Kid and Flamethrower Bloke. Oh, okay, and I thought that reveal with using the meta-narrative of hiring a big-name actor could have been very clever, but it was never carried up on, and perhaps it's just a fan theory. Alright, now I could wave at 90. Alright, so if you all wanna like 07 at 90, just to like let them know that the Metal Gear spoilers are over. Now let's push some buttons. 90, that was the waving. But yeah, for the video game 12 minutes, it doesn't feel like any of the Hollywood tier talent was used to anything more than just, it's a mostly dialogue game. Let's spend the budget on famous people and not telling any... now all I can think of is, why did Daisy Ridley and individuals like that agree to be in that game? But that's another story. Edwin was just saying that it's nice to think that Kojima respected David Hayter's work as Snake, but David Hayter had to re-audition for Snake every single time, for no concernable reason. True. It's one of the tricky elements... Alright, just gonna push some other buttons. It's one of the tricky elements when working with video games, because, like, David Hayter's work as Solid Snake is so iconic that anytime he did any other work, he was... any input, green, yellow, pink. I might have opened a door to a colorful dimension. I hope you all like disco. Getting real Disco Janet vibes, if you know what I'm saying. So Edwin, yeah, that is an interesting story. Edwin was saying, nope, this isn't the disco dimension. I took a wrong turn. This is definitely not the disco dimension. And right now, Earl, I'm definitely missing... I'm missing the gnomes and the disco frogs. But the input was still green, yellow, pink. So I'm just trying to remember that one. Yeah, we might have walked into negative disco by mistake. Input, blue. Oh. Oh, Edwin's saying the shaders in the game are incredible, yes. Okay, sorry. Jumping back. It's now very hard to utilize an individual like David Hayter because his voice is so iconically Solid Snake. And we have seen it that sometimes when you have like a very strong creative lead and you have a very strong vocal talent attached to that product, it can result in friction. Because to be perfectly honest, a large amount of the time, the voice actor is not necessarily part of the development process. That is to say that they are not there from the beginning, they are not a member of the team, and they are brought on for the role to put it forward and carry it. But as iconic as those voices become to us, they aren't necessarily the be-all and end-all. With Solid Snake, like David Hayter is one of a number of performers that will do the different voices dependent on how many languages it's locally translated into. Like David Hayter is not the Japanese voice of Snake, it's the American voice. And the amount of users that will play with the sound off, the amount of users that can only read subtitles, like it can create a friction between the creative lead and the voice performer. Now, okay, this is just purely speculation what I'm about to talk about. While I have drunk with David Eddings, who used to be at Gearbox, I wouldn't claim to know him personally. Every time I've drunk with him, he's been feckin' lovely. Now, you might know David Eddings by his most notable character, which was Claptrap in the Borderlands series. And David used to, by my understanding, he used to work at Gearbox. And now, okay, did he work at Gearbox, or was he independent? Oh shite! Now I'm questioning my own knowledge. I mean, Book's asking, are we in space? Here's a counter question: aren't we always in space? Also, it's nice and calm in here, so this is a nice place to have a natter during our day of streamery. Now, yeah, I'm trying to remember if David Eddings was actually on staff with Gearbox or not. But David Eddings, the voice of Claptrap in the first game, I believe... You know what? I still want to say that he was in-house, because just like Mikey Newman doing the voice of Scooter, which was in-house creatives, the thing was Claptrap kind of became iconic. Originally, Claptrap was kind of just the sarcastic robot and hub voice from Borderlands 1, but in Borderlands 2 became an obnoxiously charming main part, and were used to great effect in their marketing efforts, and was in part of like Poker Night the Inventory and a whole bunch of things. Edwin's pretty sure he worked at Gearbox. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to ask him on this one because I'm sure it's a story that hurts. But he was not brought back for Borderlands 3, and that seems to be due to issues with I'm less than 1% of the development team, Pitchford. Old Randy, I left a bunch of porn on the laptops. No, it was a drive. Sorry, it wasn't a laptop. My apologies. Allegedly left porn on a thumb drive. Anyway. you can extrapolate externally that it was definitely the friction between those two people that caused him to not be brought back for the third part. And there's this fear, and you see it in studio leads, you see it in kind of creative leads, that when a voiced character or a member of the team starts becoming very, very notable in their own right, that insecure individuals can then start battles across it. That the friction between these two results with one of them being like, no, I am the more in charge. Oh, interesting. Edwin says that Borderlands 3 was also non-union, which is why Troy Baker wasn't brought back. Huh. Yeah, suffice it to say, Mr. Pitchford's name is not well regarded these days. Oh, Edwin was also adding Borderlands 3 later became a union job as a whole mess. Ugh. Like, okay, I'm not going to diss on game developers. Alright. No, sorry, I'm not going to diss on game developers that do not... I feel like the reflection in these windows is how we solve this puzzle. Sorry, I'm not going to diss on developers that use non-union voice performers. Because I'm non-union. Like, for video game stuff that I've done and will do, like, it's unlikely that I'll be a union rep person because I'm not big enough and I'm not worth it. And I don't mean that as a self-burn or as a, you know, please give me free compliments. I mean, like, between me and Troy Baker, there's a world of fucking difference, you know? Okay, so I think what we're going to do is work out the colours by going plaid. So I think pink is correct. Or was correct. I put green and the others weren't. Okay, so 2 of those were correct. Should have written down. Oh, we're gonna go plaid again. Do you reckon Doctor Who's ever dropped acid, like just before warping somewhere? Just hung out in the time tunnel, just off his gourd. Ah, feck. Ah, darn it. I wrote in the address for the Doctor Who time tunnel, and I seem to have got us into a Unity instance. Damn it, Will! This happens all the time. Yeah, okay, you're all right. Oh, okay. Peter Capaldi's Doctor has definitely done mad drugs. I'm also pretty sure Peter Capaldi's done some feckin' bangers. But yes, so Edwin, I'm with you. Like, I do non-union work VO, but at a AAA level, like, the protection afforded those individuals should be at union tier, you know? Like, the DreadX collection, admittedly, you know, they had Leo, who's a top-grade professional person, but they just were like, Will, do you want to do some voice stuff? I'm like, feckin' yo, sign me up. Vanderby says, I don't think joining a union for acting is fame as a prereq. I haven't looked into the requirements. I just want to hang out in Greybox land. Though I have heard this phase of development referred to. I always was told to refer to it as greyboxing. But I've heard some people refer to it as wireframe. Really? Not sure which. What are we talking about? Oh, yes, like they're using Moose was saying, I think that SAG-AFTRA has some requirements to do with credits or something, possibly. All right. So now I've got to remember what it was we set it as before, because we got 2 of them right. Yeah, so it's just this one we've got to work out. We know it's not green. We know it's not blue. Let's try orange. Orange is a cool people colour. Vanderbeest was asking if one of those grey boxes is a shark. No, but one of them contains a feck you, Vanderbeest. Ah, it is not orange. Alright, we're going back to the Doctor Who tunnel! See where it throws us this time. That's bad. Oh, God. Okay. It's not orange. But yeah, like, I've got nothing against, SAG-AFTRA groups and stuff like that, and I think at a top tier, they are important. They're very important for anything that involves physical performance and stuff like that, because, and I say this with love and respect, but video games have been known to sometimes play fast and loose with safety when it comes to physical stunts and stuff like that, and most of the VFX performers I know will make sure to negotiate, like, you know, safety elements in their contract, but not all of them know to do that. So, wait, it wasn't blue, so it's not green, it's not blue, it's not orange. Pink again? Actually, we haven't tried yellow. Let's give yellow a shot. Sorry. I am multi-track Drifty Potato, so let me bring it back and bring it back. With the amount of money the Borderlands franchise makes and the amount of VO required for those games, they absolutely can afford to go union. Like, if they asked me, would you like to do a character in a game that size? I wouldn't say no, but that's a complicated question, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah. Video games, you get to scream for hours at a time for pittance. Yep. Oh. Woohoo! I got it! So it was yellow, purple, pink. So in theory, this should be the correct Doctor Who noise. There we go. Ooh, bendy train. Sci-fi bendy train. Let's just hang out here. This is pretty. Nothing's chasing us. Oh, sorry, I feel like I've been a bit of a negative Nancy. If you want to look at what I consider to be the best use of vocal talents in video games, Logan Cunningham over at Supergiant. Like, his vocal styles his vocal cadences are part of the experience and are used to great effect, but he's also part of the development team. He's part of the operations from the get-go, and working with other people in that space, like, it's another round where all the different... Bugiela. Thank you kindly for the follow. Oh, sorry. Seventh Viking. Seventh... Is it seventh-y? Seventh the Viking. Capitalization, very important. Hello, Watto, and welcome. Earl says, it's like E3 presented by G4 TV set in the world of Everhood. You're not bloody wrong. But yeah, Supergiant and how they've utilized their vocal talents, I think, is a very, very good way of looking at it. Because the way in which Logan's voice is implemented is that even though he's through all of them, he's used to great effect. And I think that's very powerful. Like...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! Feckin' yo, thank you. Oh, wait, when you said you got this one, I thought you meant you got the reference. My brain just played the little gif of Captain America being like, hey, got that reference. Green. Blue. Pink. Okay. Okay, so green, blue, green? No, okay, green, blue, pink, green, blue, pink, and then blue again. Alright, no. Okay. Green, blue, pink. And then we tried pink again, that wasn't right, so then green again. There we go. Job's good. Let's not get eaten by lasers. Oh god, no, that's a laser. There's a locomotion to this. But no, I apologize for focusing on this voice actor conversation. It's just, as games become more and more prevalent, I feel that the attempt to make Hollywood voice talent the focal point of a game's value is something that's probably going to irk me more and more. Like one of you mentioned or joked about the old Chris Pratt thing, which does seem to be the go-to maneuver for everybody right now. Sorry, for everybody in the voice acting space. We are not a fan of Chris Pratt as a human in this house, I will say. What was I going to say? Oh. More puzzles. There we go. But voice acting is becoming more and more of a viable option for video game creators. No, Edwin, I love talking about this. Because the thing is, back in the day, having the recording facilities to put forward clean, smooth audio was expensive as all heck. But it is entirely possible right? It is entirely possible right now to create a video games VO with just a home studio setup. I mean, hell, it was possible with feckin' Bastion. They bloody did it. I guess I was turning the computers off and they didn't like that. I'm sure this is fine. I'm sure this is fine. Sorry, computer ghost. Sorry, jumping back in, just 90 saying that the actress that voiced Senua being in Dev was also cool to hear about. Yes. It also meant that they weren't locked into just limited recording sessions. And considering that, like, the entirety of Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice is about Senua's experience, and that is beyond just her physical and vocal performances. Like, that was definitely a smart play to do. Having your team audition for stuff like that, feckin' yo. You might find some hidden gold talent you've got there. But anyway, sorry, jumping back. If you want to add VO to your game, it is easier than it has ever been. Because here's the things, like, okay, back in... Yeah. back in the 90s, if you want to VO your game, what have you got to do? Well, you've got to have a proper recording setup, a way to digitize it, and then a way to implement that into your custom-built engine. It's a lot of work. It's not simple. But right now, if any of you want to add voice stuff to your game, you can go, Will, I need your dulcet British tones attached to my video game. And I'd be like, cool. Like, it'll take me maybe an hour to set up the recording space. We basically, Fiona's built me a tiny foam recording booth that goes around the mic that I can then set that up, record it, and then I can remove any like impurities to the noise and send you over the raws. Like when I was lucky enough to work with Laura for the Penny Arcade online stuff for Camp PAX. Sorry, yeah, when I got to do stuff for Camp PAX, like I was able to like do a recording, send it immediately to Laura, and Laura could be like, all right, do it like this, change it like this, bump it out like this. Baronson, did she win Best Voice Actress of that year? I forget on what awards, but I know she swept up a bunch of the BAFTA stuff. And rightly so, I might add. Yeah, just Edwin said, remember the first talkies back in the day. Being a little rough. Like, LucasArts were the masters of that for their adventure games. Yeah, but, like, they had some very clever people. And they had access to, like, LucasArts tier studios. Oh, let's hang out in Painting World. It's nice and calm. So, Edwin, I think that your discussions on the subject are really worth a banter. And friends, I promise you, I'm not just trying to sell you on, hire me to make voice noises for your video games. It's something I enjoy doing, and I'd love to do a little bit more of, but right now, you lot keep me alive, so I'm already doing fucking great. Welcome to Paintland. Jackie's like, could you make noises for my ringtone? Alright, what would you like? What would you like? Excuse me! I require you to get out of bed in the style of Matt Berry. Accelerating to 40 miles per wolf hour. Fire the nuclear weapons. I know Toast of London isn't going to make sense to half of you, but if you ever feel like you just want an injection of British weirdness, watch the Toast of London. Bat! I've got to learn some of the lines from What We Do in the Shadows because he is by far my favourite. Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. Is that... Jackie, is that enough to clip together for a ringtone? You find yourself being awoken by me in your pocket or your cellular telephone. Bat! Remember when you had to buy ringtones? Remember that? Let's talk to a ghost. I will say, so I've heard of hintage that this game has multiple endings in the ilk, and I have a feel like we need to know these ghosts better and interact with them directly, and that it's almost letting us kind of like skim through these vignettes. Like, there's a language to this game I don't know yet. Does that make a weird sense? There we go. Okay, so we need to rotate that one so that when we bust this one, because busting does make me feel good. We can then line it all up. Yo, roof lady, you are not helping. No one can say this game isn't calming. Except for when it's not. Oh, sorry, and here's me jumping forward and jumping forward. So, now that we live in this age where you can just put VO in your game, like, it is something that you can just do. You don't need extra plugins. You don't even need a Wise feckin', like, you don't even need a feckin' Wise integration. You can just heckin' do it. I'm not entirely sure, but I can brute force this. See, that's kind of what we want. Look here, Master Higgins. Okay, so that doesn't have too much effect on anything else. Ooh, homemade dried out crushed peppers. Oh. Okay, but there's the paint. Surely the paint is the... Okay, so it turns out you can fall off the edge. Sorry, I was trying to pull together some actual cohesive thoughts there and vaguely failing. So, you have the option of putting VO in your game. Now, how do you best use it? Assuming... Okay. Now, we're going to make a few assumptions here. We're going to assume that you're only going to be aiming for, like, US, UK, Europe, territories that have an English language install base. We're also going to be assuming that you have the potential funds available to do okay, so the bucket needs to be up. How do we do that? Curse you, spinny puzzles! You're making my brain do thinks! Unless this can shimmy it like a little bit one way or t'other. No, you're not feeling it? P-balls and P-bots. Oh no, rotate this until the... Right, unless... It's not the paint bucket that's the indicator of where we're going. There we go! I was being a stupid. Now let's work out how to solve puzzles. Ugh. The waste. There we go. Job's a good one. Don't ask me how I did it, I just did. We seem to be very far from anything resembling a train right now. So I'm just going to have a quick little natter at your lovely selves. So let's have a little thinky think about some games that utilized VO to great capacity. I mean, it seems gauche to mention it, but let's be feckin' honest. Thomas Was Alone. Thomas Was Alone is a mechanically simple title. Lucum's Watto. How goes it? I'm doing puzzles. Alright, bear with me a second. Ah, one step too far. Oh, Lucum's has a burger. Oh. Edwin's like, indicates top performer, Tangle Tower, cough. Okay, Tangle Tower being VO'd, I think removed a lot of the barriers to entry. And made it very, very accessible. Because the other thing I've been thinking about, oh, and Blue Abomination, good afternoon. The other thing I've been thinking about is that you don't have to launch with all accessibility at once. So that is to say that you could potentially do English VO and subtitles, and then hopefully make enough money in the English language territories to be able to afford to get translation services and other performers internationally, or just translation services on subtitles and leave the traditional voice performances in. Like, there's varying schools of thought as to why international voice performances are preferred in certain kinds of mediums. Some of those theories being very, very... what's the word? Cynical, some of them being very positive. One of the theories is that if you are listening to a vocal performance from a language you don't speak, you're only really hearing the almost the musical qualities of it. You can hear the intent, so you can hear things like sadness, anger, you can hear frustration, but you can't necessarily hear the exact specificities of the performance. So all you have is the musical qualities of it and the intent of emotion, and you get the context from the dialogue, creating this thing where essentially your mind is putting the performance together in a fascinating manner. The other is comes from the old 90s philosophy that subs good, dubs bad. And there is something to be said for being able to just hear dialogue being spoken rather than having to read subtitles at the same time. I understand that's a very, very, not having any hearing impairments and things allows a lot of us to make that choice. But in the era of the multi-screen experience, it is something to take into consideration. Edwin says that FIGS, traditional Chinese, Korean, and Japanese are the biggest language to translate to. I forget. It's Mandarin. Mandarin is the main Chinese dialect, if I remember correctly. See, Edwin, here's the sad thing is like FIGS, most of the FIGS languages aren't that big. Honestly, and this is not, I don't mean this to be a diss or anything like that, but honestly, of the FIGS languages or eFIGS languages, like English and Spanish are the two to hit. It's a difficult thing to talk about because we're talking about the sales of video games, but Germany as a country is heavily invested in video games and incredibly bilingual when it comes to their video game audience. So, like, God, this is one of the things I really hate about talking about the business of video games because it makes me sound like such an insensitive cockwomble. Like, no, we shouldn't be skipping people's native languages to release in their territories, like, because they'll just learn English. But it's like, Italy as a market is not a strong market. And if you consider the cost of translating into each of those languages is roughly the same with Korean, Chinese and Japanese being more complex because of their non-Latin derivative characters, that you may have to make actual changes to your UI and your environment to convey it. Yes, Edwin, capitalism is once again ruining a thing we love. Oh, and Moose, you're right, that subtitles plus same language audio can be very useful in context. Still grinds my gears. Amazon is the fucking worst for it. Amazon subtitles are awful, and especially for any of their dubbed properties. Even if those dubbed properties are dubbed very well, the subtitles will often be different than what the person is saying. It just grinds my gears. Versus 90 says, I assume savvy game dev have folks that figure out which markets perform best. Yes, big companies will pay agencies to do research on where their game will sell, but for some it's just knowledge. Like, obviously, things change, but here's some general knowledge. Germany as a territory fucking love strategy games. They love them. Don't know why, they just think they're feckin' brilliant. Despite popular belief, Russia as a territory isn't actually obsessed with free-to-play games. It is just that due to rampant piracy in those territories, the Russian consumers are more likely to spend money on free-to-play titles. God, trying to think of things. Japan has a thriving handheld community, even still. Far more so than any other territory. God, I'm trying to think of some other little quirks. China, if you want to release the game there, the government has to approve it first. That's right, it's actual censorship. 3, 3, 4. Yeah, so knowing which territories to focus on when selling your game is either something that game devs are savvy about or have done market research into. It's not perfect, obviously. And especially if you take games like this. Like, this is a game that is not using language to convey its story. And has a simple control scheme that could be ported to a bunch of different territories, of which there aren't too many clear examples. This is the kind of game that would be very easy to port internationally, but I wouldn't be able to tell you where this game will resonate. Games like this don't tend to do well in places like South Korea, or places where people are unlikely to have home PCs and home consoles. Those territories tend to do better with like long-form sign-in games. So things like, Path of Exile, League of Legends, Warframe, etc. But that's because most of those territories still have a thriving internet cafe scene because of the cost of home computing is too high for most households to have them. If that makes a weird sense. At this point, friends, I'm just listing quirks of the different territories that I can remember off the top of my head. But, like, if you were going to do a strategy game, you should abso-feckin-lutely translate it into German. And you should absolutely look into the cost of getting it dubbed in German. But for... God, I'm trying to think of... for an emotional narrative title about a piece of bread with anxiety, don't consider Germany to be one of your first territories. And that's, again, it's not a diss. It's just these weird strangeties that we see. And a lot of them are sometimes, because that's how it was, that's how it is. Because there weren't a lot of games that were taken over to those territories. Edwin says you might be surprised Korea really loved Tangle Tower for some reason. Well, that game was getting streamed more to Korean than English. Yo, hey, I'm always happy to be wrong on those ones. Although, okay, streaming does add an additional quirk, because a streamable game isn't always a game that sells great, as you well know. And I'm not dissing you. Like, sorry, I'm not dissing that statement, or dismissing it, I should say. But it's... I'm trying to think of a good example of a game that streamed great and sold meh. But my brain is coming up file not found. So I will shush my mouth. But Book, that is why South Korea has a huge MOBA scene. Because of the internet cafe scene out there. But also, see, I mean, Edwin, I'm sure you've had these conversations 8 Ways from Sunday, but it's why I do love having these discussions with people. Because the thing is, selling video games isn't a science. It is... Selling video games is fascinating. Because... Oh, shit, I should have picked up the other bucket. I was so busy trying to solve the previous puzzle, I didn't pick up the other bucket of paint. Okay, sorry. I promise I will come back to that previous conversation topic, but this game just clicked with me. We have to find things for the ghosts. And those objects we can use. Like, I can't give her the paint right now, but I have a feeling if I'd collected the red paint from the previous scene, I might have access to, I don't know, something. Like, we need to equip these ghosts with the tools they need. But yeah, so jumping back to that previous topic, selling games is more akin to kind of like age of sale charting. Like, you can make very educated guesses and you can use knowledge, but you can't always know. You can't always guarantee you're going to have smooth sailing, and you can't always know when things are going to go fucking wrong. Sometimes it's rolling with it, embracing the opportunities when they arise. Ha! Got your flowers. Free flowers for everyone! But yeah, sometimes, like, learning how to roll with the punches, learning how to embrace the opportunities that arise can be the difference between, you know, winning and losing. But then you can never really tell. And I think every single one of us can think of a game that we felt should have sold better, should have done better, and didn't. I mean, for those of you who didn't see, they announced the new Among Us content, including classes, and they're going to do a customization system, an in-game monetization system, which I'm not going to deny them, it's a lot easier. Now that Apple... and there's the green paint. But we didn't get the red paint. Each of these little levels has had hidden puzzles in that I haven't seen. See. Oh yeah, no, sorry, but what I was trying to say was, like, Among Us hitting its stride from the streamer communities in Korea, then resulting in its success elsewhere, makes me real happy. Yeah, I wonder what we just picked up. Was it blue paint? Book says, didn't Among Us start streaming in Brazil? Was it Brazil? My apologies if I've been misattributing that to the Korean streaming community. But it's more the point of it was picked up by a non-English language space that then propelled it to success years after its release, after it was already deemed a failure. How's that other ghosty going? We have to fight through an invisible crowd right now. See green bloke still here. And being no help. I'm sorry, friends, if I'm getting a little too into the weeds. I'm happy to change the conversation topic if needs be. Gotta kind of feel my way through this maze. Bayonet says fighting the invisible crowd feels like my work week. Hey, you want to talk to me? You want to say hello? No? Alright, I have a feeling that like this is definitely one of those games we'll be able to go back through. I think this is what DJ KN was referring to. Can we? Oh, Loki, then you know what? If you're enjoying hearing about these little tidbits, I do not mind talking about them. Some of it's a bit high concept. Like, I'd love for you to reach the point where you have to worry about which territories to sell your game in. I do think that Zalavir's pizza money philosophy is definitely that's the biz dev model I would recommend people follow. Like, make a little game that makes a little bit of money, then make another game that makes a little bit of money, and then maybe after you've made like 2 or 3 games, you know, you make enough money to buy a pizza. And the thing is, if you can keep going like that, keep making games that sell a little bit here, eventually you can reach the point where you're making pizza money on the regular, and then suddenly you're not making pizza money, you're making rent. See, here I think we're supposed to present her with the whole shebang of art, but... Oh, Book, that's very kind of you to say. Well, one of my things that I really like doing is just demystifying a lot of this. Like, this knowledge, some of it's common, some of it's not in gaming circles. And I can't assure you that all of my knowledge is as 100% and accurate as it used to be. Like, regions change, games change, platforms change things. Like, when I was doing biz dev stuff, like, everyone was unsure how to approach China and what to do with it as a territory. Now people are fucking falling over themselves to either get games into China or get games out of there. Yeah, Edward, no, you're entirely right. Making video games is hard. Even releasing just one game is a struggle and a triumph. Video games are a miracle, and every one of them that exists in spite of so much hardship and struggle. And it's hard. It's hard to tell someone who just spent 2 years of their life toiling on one thing, good, now do it again. But that's the kung fu martial arts path of creating video games. Honestly, making one game a year for 10 years is a strong innings. I can't guarantee that that will result in you being a successful full-time game developer, but... God. I mean, hell. I still admire a very good... No. I still admire a very good friend of mine who, when he wanted to get into video games, he literally just... instead of going to university, he took out a loan that would keep him alive for like 3 years and just honed his craft during that and then applied to studios. Loki says a game a year for 10 years sounds full-time to me. Well, then the challenge is to see how you can create games within the structure of your real life. So I'm not saying you need to work it out to this exact amount, but game jam some concepts, flesh them out, and when you start getting towards the end of the year, you go, all right, I'm going to finish this game. And so you polish it, put it on Steam, next game. Or polish it, put it on itch, next game. Oh, Bayonot, I'm glad. Like, I think and I hope this is the thing that comes across, is that with video games, we are still in a place where anyone can make it, air quotes. Like, I can't promise you'll be a fucking millionaire, but it's not like film and television. Film and television is sewn up. Like, it is unlikely that anyone here will be able to make a cracking TV show, but it's still a very, very high chance of one of your lovely selves making a cracking game, you know? And the more I kind of demystify the business side of it, like demystify all the... Alright. We can turn the tellies off. Niney says they've enjoyed watching Zeke Dev do game dev over the years. Yes. Well, Niney, stop me if I've already told you this one, but Zeke was my my poster child for live game development on Twitch for years. What's been really cool, though, is Thor, who... Why'd you have to be so loud? Thor, over at Pirate Software, has been doing a really, really interesting development method, which is the same kind of live development, but using the income from streaming to offset the cost of development. They're fascinating to watch. And, I mean, Thor and I have very, very similar philosophies in some ways on development stuff. But then Thor and I both have the advantage that we have like a decade's game industry experience. So we kind of sit in, I'm going to say a point of privilege, but not... Video games. Edwin says it's about finding people who can understand the peculiarities of your madness and working together to make a video game happen. Or creating a scope and spec that allows you to create it yourself. Like Colin's game here. Colin. Oh, this is not nice. This is haunting and very slow. This might actually get... Yeah, this might get creepy. Loki's is the game called Mega Manix Corrupted. They're watching the game live on Twitch and been working on it for years. Yeah, Edwin, the scope. How you must not overdo it. See, releasing games is definitely one of the hardest things. Because it's so tempting to just keep working on it. Like, don't worry about it. Just keep working on it. Oh, the toilet. Nothing bad happened in toilets. He said, lying. Ah, of course. To unflush the toilet. Ninety says that I don't think that game dev was really an option at my local college back in the day. That's really wild to see they've adopted esports management as an entire discipline. Yes, although I'd still advise against game development courses unless you already have a very, very specific work ethic. Oh, cool! This is some. Big gem. This is fucking haunting. And I assure you, I'm moving as fast as I can in this environment. I can't backstep. I can't sidestep, and I can't look around. I have to move with tank controls. Sorry. Alright, we need 4. How many gems we got? We got 3. It's just, this is giving me big, like, oh, what's the game where the spooky one where you play a feckin' baby? Beyond the Sleep? I think so. Because the thing was, I went into, entry to computer science back in the day, and nearly went down that path, except for, we had to learn feckin' Pascal as the teaching language because the course is very old. And me being a jumped up little shit of a teenager was like, oh, well, you know, I'm doing C++ stuff at home and working on my own, working on my own engines. I was doing those, like, how to make a game engine from scratch, where they have you build, like, a very, very basic, like, 2D Hello World platformer. But the thing is that Pascal wasn't relevant to me directly as someone trying to create video games. And so, me being an egotistical little shit, I was like, oh, well, I don't have to do that.
I just noticed 404, friendo not found.
And as you said that, of course, it feckin' jumped. But Bacon, thank you for the 200. Niney did 1 semester in a remote comp science for Java after having done 3 years system technologists and could not continue. Fag. Well, also, like, and where you are in the world and what stuff you have access to. Oh, what the feck are you? Why is there a creepy guy in the fridge? I don't like Fridgeman at all. He creeps me out. Why are you here? Hopefully there's no one in the oven. That'll be bad. Oh, here we go. Oh, don't like this. Hashtag do not like. So we're going to go through the 5-door first. This is getting tense. Whew! And then once we get the 6th gen, then we go back up through here. God, it's just... To look around left and right, it's tank controls. Alright, 2 rights don't make a wrong, 3 rights make a left. Oh, I do not like this. I do not like this at all. Oh, Book, have yourself some lovely sleep. Sorry to put something so stressful before you, before bedtime. I hope you're doing alright. But it was lovely hanging out and chatting. Well, and it's, sorry, I actually meant to add this as the other thing we were talking about earlier, is these kind of conversations of like what Edwin was saying about Tangle Tower doing really well in Korea and stuff like that. Is that the other thing about video games is that it moves so quickly as an industry. There are some universal constants, you know, things like the Christmas reset, the summer lull, but even those aren't hard and fast rules. Things change. Like, if the longest march of 2020 has taught us anything, it's that things can change drastically before we're even made aware. Oh, this is not good. Over here. Now, like, the 2020 nonsense ended up actually being great for video games and video game companies. And it's probably done more to cement video games in the public consciousness than anything. But no one could have predicted that would happen. And especially anyone who... Oh, God! Fuck your video game. Holy jeepers! I nearly pissed myself! Oh... Edwin was like, remote work being more normal. What was that thing? It's like, how's the heart rate, buddy? It's loud. You stay up there, you creepy bedman. You stay up there. Just hanging out the top bunk being weird. Let's go to that 6th door. Whew! I'm awake now! Loki's like, well, don't need to go to the bathroom anymore. Might need to Scotch guard this chair again. I don't know. Lost Flowers, it looked like a high-speed donkey. Maybe this is like Worms FPS. Oh, there it is. It's a wonky donkey. I don't know if it's patrolling or if it's just here to feck us up. Who knows? Who knows? Oh yeah, pick up that pace. Whew! Oh, we've got to go round. Okay. Setting us up for another feck up. Oh, we can't pause in here as well. Lovely. What was I saying? Before I had a pea skid at me. Oh, just that video game knowledge and understanding does change over time. Yeah, like the normalization of work from home, the sheer amount of attention that video games have gotten. Has been fecking great, and no one could have predicted that. So here's the thing, is that what I was talking about with different video game regions and what they want from games has absolutely changed. Like, what's going to be really interesting is to see how the success of Eastern European developers is going to affect how much money people spend in territories like Russia. Like, are we going to see an upswing in people buying games firsthand? This is some Slenderman nonsense right here. God, it's the fact that we have this slow clopping maneuver. But yeah, sorry. So long as, I guess what I was trying to add was that so long as you all don't think that I consider myself to be the feckin' oracle of video games, and that I do like these discussions because you lot put forward a bunch of ideas and things I hadn't considered. I'm just one bloke. I do spend an unhealthy amount of time thinking about games and how they're made and how they're sold, but I'm just one bloke. I don't rightly know. I just get my cardio in today. Oh, please say 7. Please don't say 8. Fuck you, door. You ever looked at a door and just gone, fuck you? Forgive my swearing today, friends. Did you hear that? Was that in-game or out-of-game? Lost Flowers, I will level with you. I don't know. Alright, now Cloppers is probably out there. On this teeny tiny... Yeah, I see you. A big Games Master face. Lost Flowers with HUD. What, Will? What did we hear? What are we supposed to be listening for? Oh, no. Is that good or bad? Let's find out. Excuse me, letter for you, sir. Do we take it back indoors? Captain Steph's like, watch out for the spider clown. The idea that Daniel Mullen stuff could start bleeding into the rest of video games is some genuinely fearful bollocks. Hashtag free Bandito. Hashtag Bandito did nothing wrong. Oh, clippity cloppity. Why you keep stoppity? I don't know where I'm going, I don't know where I've been. I'm just making clopping sounds, I'm a teeny tiny horse. Unless I am in fact a horse. But yeah, it is, friends, it's going to be really interesting to see how things progress after... I guess after we're done with... like, lockdown proper. Because I predicted incorrectly that we were going to see a... Oh, here we go. I predicted incorrectly that we were going to see a massive downturn in game spending, but we haven't. Oh, down we go. That's just how this works, I guess. I also thought we were going to see something similar on Twitch. That we'd see less people spending time on Twitch after lockdown had ended, right? But at least from what little I've been able to observe, like, there hasn't been too much of a change. Like, it seems that now people have made, like, video games and, like, streaming services and, like, digital communities more of their personal life. And I don't think we're going to see that decrease hard. We might see a downturn next summer. You know what, Niney, you're right. I could have just been two halves of a coconut this whole time. Niney says, personally, they spend less time than normal on Twitch in 2020. Interesting. I mean, I'm not really a good barometer for Twitch time spent. Weird, and Meow Kitty suck. Fuck you! You were shite in Mario 2 and you're shite now! Sorry, I'm just yelling at some masks. Also, Fiona's cooking up, is it chicken taco soup? Something along those lines. This entire house smells fucking amazing. Alright, still can't pick up the bear. That's bullshit. Oh god. Did one of you leave like the fucking train sprinklers on or something? Definitely picking up our pace. Oh, I can't walk any further. Ah, so Spooky Guy's following us in and out of the game. Interesting. Clank says, more optimistically, people found out that games are in fact good. I mean, you're not wrong. A lot of people were suddenly and very quickly exposed to an art medium, and that medium contained a lot of content for them to get stuck into. And the great thing is that there's no... Are you not in telly? That the barriers to entry in games are pretty well removed. Yeah, 90, I'm with that character. It's like the fact that I just watch. I'm not sure where I've got to go. Oh, there we go. I mean, I will say, Loki, outside of... we could always stand to have more protection and more legislation for video games in different regions. Considering the light of the world, that seems like a... God. It seems like it is not the most important of issues. But I don't want to dismiss what you're saying, but I feel that as video games become more and more entrenched in the public consciousness, they're more protected. Animal Crossing's probably done so much to protect video games as a whole. Like, in its drastic success. Oh! It's come see Benny live! Holy moly! Ah! Benny! Live tonight only. Oh, man. I heard Benny's really good live. It's Benny! Benny! Benny with no jets! Alright, Noni, we were going for the same joke. I'm quite happy with that. Also, again, friendos, this game, from a control standpoint, is so simple. It has taught us to walk forward and just use the A button to interact with stuff, and that's it. It has asked me nothing more complicated than that. No inventory, no nothing. And this art style is gloriously odd and weird. Like, friends, we could probably all draw our own little, like, weird squiggle characters in this style. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I feel I've veered the conversation in some weird places. The thing that I was meaning to say was that, like, I am not the arbiter of video games. I'm so happy to see video games are now such a huge, huge part of everything. Like, this makes me so happy. Because, you know, as a kid growing up, I was always in love with video games. It's always been the thing. And it always felt like being obsessed with this weird, tiny, niche hobby that no one else really wanted to know about. You know, it felt like being into Warhammer minis or stuff like that. Oh, excuse me, yes, hello? Yes, I'd quite like a seat. Oh, there's a seat to me for the front. Oh. Loki's like, you heard him. Will, arbiter of video games. For my sins, I was made the arbiter. Okay, everybody, shh, shh. It's Benny's turn. Shh. Live on stage, Ghost Benny. Is he asleep or dead? Oh, I feel that in a very, very big way. I hope there's not meant to be, like, audience participation. Yeah, I guess everyone's a big fan. Benny has no pets. Oh, and Niney, I do want to riff on your comment in just a second. But I can't pause it at this moment. And I know what this game's like for throwing some big stuff at us. Oh man. Well, this shit got real fast. Okay, no one liked that scene. A little too real there, Benny. A little too real. No sleep for you. Oh wow. No offense, Benny, but you are dying on stage. Do you ever think about, friends, how dying and corpsing on stage are two very different maneuvers? I think about that a lot. Benny with no pets. Sorry. Oh wow, no one is here for the encore. Agonatic says, well, this is the worst cookie clicker game. How are you doing, friend?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Already 10 months. Our baby is born. What should be his name?
Okay, Volcanic Skadi, you put forward an interesting question. I probably shouldn't be allowed to name a child, though, because I'm probably going to come up with a terrible name. I remember finding out that you can register a birth while it's in progress in the UK and having way too much power. Oh, sorry. Volcanic Skadi, thank you for 10 months, alright? Like, that's a whole bunch of stuff this way keeping us going. Thank you. But oh, fuck everything! I am very on edge. Oh, he's making friends with Big Spooky Person. You're not gonna make friends, Benny? You're not gonna... How could you not want to make friends with that person, Benny? Yeah, romance is in the air.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Subscription weight claim.
Woo! Benny! Woo! I know that guy! No, I don't. I'm just lying to sound cool. Okay, so we did a thing. Okay, Fearless, thank you for... I mean, it feels dumb saying only thank you for 31 months, because you've been with us for feckin' ages, but... How are you doing? How's work been treating you? Sorry, I just gotta push through the crowds. Now, let me pause it for a second, because... Sorry, I need to scroll up for just a second, because 90 was saying something interesting, which is that lockdowns contributed since people who may not have been, air quotes, gamers before, could use them to stay in touch with people. Yes, well, and to another extent is like, the thing I was saying about being, as a kid, being very, very into video games, is that it was only, air quotes, gamers. Before that descriptor took on additional connotations, but, you know, it was like being a fan of any nerdery like D&D or like tabletop minis or anything like that. You were part of a small little subset, a clique, a hobby. Like, gamers were a hobbyist subtype. But now, being that into video games does not make you the only consumer of them. Like, it's an art medium for everybody, in the same way that, you know, you don't need to be into, like, only fine art house cinema to understand cinema. Yes, Volcanic. Before, we were a bunch of idiots. Now we're still a bunch of idiots, but we're a lot bigger. Alright, nothing better happened to this dog. Oh! Yeah, see, now I want to explore all the little stuff to see what else is here. But yeah, that's the other thing that I find so wonderful about, you know, the current situation, is that games are just part of life now. There's a whole bunch of misconceptions, and there's an inordinate amount of things still to sort and to fix. But it's also not just... It's not even shooty gunbang games that are the most popular. Like, I saw some new video assets for Minecraft Educational Edition today. And the amount of stuff you can do with that, the things that it can be used to in a teaching environment, like, that's some shit to be proud of, friends. Yes, you can pet the dog! Okay, petted the dog. Now let's get some free wine. Now, Volcanic Scatty was saying that on a serious note, you could make an argument that everyone is a gamer thanks to mobile games. I would... the argument that I make is that games are now part of culture. Like, whether you engage with them or not, they're just there. They're on your phone, they're on your telly, on your computer. And so whether you choose to engage with them is your choice, but you don't have to seek them out and find them like you did. When I start talking about what I call the core is us. Mainly because the air quotes term gamer has taken on additional connotations. There's a lot of doors here. Let's go hang out on the moon. So I don't tend to use that one, but also there are lots of people here hanging out with us in this little, like, corner of the internet who I would not describe as gamers. Oh, this is bad and gross. This is bad, gross, weird. Oh, no, I don't like this at all. No! No! Sorry, all I was trying to say is that when I talk about the core, I mean individuals like us who we are exposed to a large number of a different variety of games. We actively seek out interesting experiences, and we put forward a very large purchasing intent and value on games. The manner to which we seek to understand the medium, whether we work in it or not, like that makes us part of this core ball. We're not always the most vocal, but we are the bit that matters. Does that make a weird sense? Yeah, this is gross and bad. I just wanted to pet the dog again. Oh. Nope. Please stop being weird and gross. No. Have to kind of navigate by little bits of flashes of grossness. There we go. Alright, well, all I wanted to do was hang out in the garden and pet the dog. That was it. They had to make it weird and damp and squishy. Oh. Hey, dog. Yes. Now, Volcanic Scuddy, I hope you don't think that I'm dismissing your point about the term gamer and elements like that. I find that the language distinction can be very important. Because what is thought of and described as the kind of the core gamer isn't the one that spends the money. And I know we shouldn't be looking at a person's value by how much they wish to spend, but the thing is, the vocal nonsense merchants that you encounter on the internet are not the ones who spend the most money. Which means that if you as a game creator don't really have to listen to them. Now, the problem is if you out and out tell them you don't matter, they will ring a bell and they will make a stink, and then you have to spend time and effort refuting whatever nonsense claims they come up with. But, like, all in all, they're not the ones buying your video game. In some very specific cases, though, those can... Oh, so sorry, friends. I mean to... Fucking... Darn it. Sorry about that. I apologise, I lost my train of thought. Okay, and Aganaki, those are all valuable. Like, enthusiasm, knowledge, spending are all different elements that make up the individual. But if you have to choose which group of people to listen to, you should listen to the people that are going to let you finish your game and make your next one. Yes, Niney, the vocal minority is not typically funding your game. The people who spend the most tend to be very quiet. But then, see, if you've ever looked at a game and gone, I can't believe they put all this spending stuff in. I can't believe they're selling out or otherwise. It might have been because that there is a very, very... there is a subset of users in that title that are spending a lot of money in specific ways. So sometimes it's knowing when to follow those purchasing behaviors or when to question where they're coming from. Yeah, I mean, Vanderbeest, you're right. My empty train of thought might just be filled with weird, damp, squishy red stuff. Oh, and so, because Scuddy was also adding that there's a real problem because they're vocal with their thoughts, it makes it easier to respond. Yes. And it makes it easier for people outside to see those thoughts and feelings. The one that always gets me is if you have a look at the Blackout Club Steam page. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a lot of very salty people right there. And just in case you want an example. God. How to phrase it? Community engagement is difficult. That is the reason why community managers exist. Knowing who to talk to, who to listen to, how to convey the sentiment of a group of users. It's really, really hard to know what people enjoy about your work when you're deep in the paint. Because not everybody telling you is the person you should listen to. And striking that balance is so hard. It is one of the difficult parts of game creation. Yeah, Volcanic Scotty, you're absolutely right. Oh, Iron Imp says no mutants allowed level salt. Fucking hell. For those that don't know, no mutants allowed used to be a case study in mismanaged communities. And this isn't a diss on no mutants allowed. It's the individuals at Interplay and how they failed to handle them, and then what happened after that just created this hub of vitriol. Sorry, if you've never heard of it, No Mutants Allowed is a Fallout fan site that has been around longer than people I know who can drink. It was originally created back in the Fallout 2 days to be a hub of like news and mods and things like that, and they were very hyped for I believe it was called Von Braun. Was it Von Braun? Maybe. What was going to be the Fallout MMO, which was an MMO/project in the style of Fallout 2. They did not like Fallout Brotherhood of... no, it was Fallout Tactics. They did not like Fallout Tactics. And... Okay, they were right about Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, but oh boy, there's a group of people that will tell you their opinions for free. The reason they get brought up so much is that they were a very, very, very vocal minority that were just out and out ignored, and at times just disregarded. There, and Fearless, when Bethesda picked up the title, you are correct. When Bethesda picked up the Fallout IP, they were vehemently against everything. And what they should have done was made inroads with that community early on and engaged with them. Now, I think this might be slightly veering into another topic from the don't listen to your vocal minority. Because what you can do is you can develop essentially like a community wound. You don't need to listen to a team... you don't need to listen to a website like No Mutants Allowed when they say, when they comment on what you should be doing with your title. But having them on side is better than having them hate your guts. And I think, again, this is coming back into on this point. My friend used to put it like, community issues are like wounds. If left untreated, they become infected. And you can create basically a militant anti-group. Despite the fact that they love your games and they love the franchise it comes from, they become vehemently against you because of usually being ignored. And Scuddy, I think that goes off too far into... Like, there are so many boiling points that create the French Revolution. Like, that's would be a drastic oversimplification. I mean, hell, to convert that to video games, it's one of those situations where the vocal minority are vehemently unhappy, and so is the majority. That's where, like, the art and craft of, like, community management comes in, to be able to say to a development team... don't worry about it, they're just making noise. and to be able to say to a development team, no, they are storming the Bastille. That's important. Aggravated entitlement. That's a good way of putting it. It's a tricky one, friends. It's a tricky one. I don't know if I want to look at any weird crawling meat. I am... gorgeous little spot. Friendos, I'm so sorry to do this, but I might have to bring our adventures to a close early. I know this isn't a particularly long game, and I'm really enjoying the banter, but I have a thumping headache just cutting a swath through me. And the thing is, I'm loving this conversation, because this is my craft. Like, community management's my strongest suit. And I love talking about this. Like... there's no easy and clear answer to how do you bring a group on side like no mutants allowed, and how do you embrace those people whilst removing toxic elements. Holy shite! Like, I feckin' studied No Mutants Allowed to learn that, and I am, I've just been doing battle with this little feckin' thumping headache and. Meowkey Skirt, you might be right. It definitely threw me off this morning a little bit. Maybe I've got to... I'm not usually a great sleeper at the best of times, so I don't know. I just feel very guilty for bringing our conversations to a close right as they're getting bloody good. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. So, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to roll credits, bring this to a close. I'll find some lovely Mother Hubbards for us to raid into, so you all can keep hanging with some cool peoples. And, yeah, we can go from there. I'm so sorry about this, friends. Probably just not had enough water or something. I did go get some. Red Burning Dragon says it's amazing how much video games can teach you about life. Yo, everything is relevant, and relevance is everything. We can learn so much from art that we can employ to other spaces. So, okay. You know what? I'm just gonna put on some Frogs Are Friends. Frogs Are Friends 2. There we go. Okay. Friendos, there has been so much in the way of like bits and subs given in today, so I want to say a huge thank you. Apologies again for bringing our adventures to a close, but what a fucking great day of conversations, trains within trains, like... Yeah, and this is why I love doing this, is because the ways in which we can understand ourselves through games is a topic that hasn't even been half scratched. We're still learning how to speak the language of video games as an art form, and we have absolutely not reached the pinnacle of the mountain, which makes these conversations just so feckin' good. Alright, feckin' yo. But I do want to say, yeah, trains within trains within trains. Okay. Let me say my thank yous, because I'm so feckin' lucky that I get to do this every day. And it is entirely thanks to you all, alright? So, I'm sure I must sound like a feckin' cheeseball on the daily, but I'm exceptionally grateful. To whoever the spooky ghost Jarl is, be it one person or a squad of people, you've thrown in so much lately. I cannot say thank you enough. I'd like to thank Big Saxy, Favour 6, Pun Spectre, Vanderbeest, The Bacon Avenger, or just Bacon Avenger. I don't know if the is necessary. ET3 Stooge, Fire Strager, Wolfcrad, Captain Stephanie Barnes, Crux, Kisa, Kisa Saitama, full title, Down Under Dwarf and Graphite Sparrow. Seriously, friends, bits are still the biggest thing keeping us going, so I thank you. Caffeine and Rhymes with Moose, thank you kindly for being our wonderful moderators today, but I know we saw Lizzie earlier. To Bugella and Nordic Forge, thank you both for the follows, and I hope we get to chat more. And those that resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl, thank you to Wraith, Graphite Sparrow, Sir Greaves and Jedi Master Killer, Crux and Andorf, random British guy, just some random Brit. Baron Ransack Von Joy, Slipknot, Earl Koenig, Con Artist Games, Orzine, Seven the Viking, Volcanic Skadi, and Fearless Sun. Thank you so much, no matter what the length of spree of sub. To Lost Flowers, Hey It's Fiona, Captain Stephanie Barnes, and MDH Wrights, thank you for the host. They make the numbers go up, and that's a real help. And to Flip, thank you for bringing in a teeny tiny raid. Alright, let's see who I can pass you over to.
Your message here.
90! Oh, here we go. Friends, squirrels kick it. Oh. Yeah. Squirrel's doing Anthang. Oh, yeah, I don't actually know what Squirrel's doing. Give me a second. Oh, sorry to flag so hard, friends. You know, friendos, I think I'm just gonna bring our adventures to a close. I am fucking... Oh boy. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Go see Stooge or Squirrel or any of these lovely, lovely Manor Hubbards. I am... Yeah, I need to say goodbye now. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you tomorrow for the Brothers Fabuloso. Have a lovely rest of your night. Good night, friends.